It is now 6 o'clock, but we will listen to this intro music and then start. Oh, okay, yeah, that was about it. All right, let's see. What should our name be? Chiropteryx in chat says Desbert. I like Desbert. Yeah, let's do Desbert. You live in the city of... what city do we live in? Uberdude in chat said Slumbo, and I like Slumbo as well. Someone else also likes Slumbo. So, let's go with the city. Let's be Desbert from Slumbo. Well, there's a lot of different people playing, so I think we should go with they. You know, because it's a middle ground of gender, and it can, in some contexts, refer to multiple people. Yeah, we are a bunch of different people puppeting around poor Desbert. Okay, and now we choose our skills, and I feel like all of you are going to want to talk to animals. Yeah, this adds many more characters to the game who, are animals. So yeah, we're gonna talk to animals, okay, and everyone wants to be hot. Okay, we can talk to animals and we're hot. Desbert should be thanking us for choosing these. You jolt awake as the bus hits a particularly nasty bump. You feel like you'd only just managed to start drifting off. And now here you are, awake again and still exhausted. For a moment, you're hazy on the details of where exactly here is, confusing this bus with the many others that came before it. But as your mind continues to reassert its existence in the waking world, the past few days come back into focus. The long-lost cousin, the bad news, the 26 hours of bus rides with countless late-night stops in seedy depots that would have felt unsafe even in the middle of the day. You wouldn't normally find yourself traveling like this, but your cousin bought the tickets. Is my voice coming in clear enough? I should double-check that again. Alright. The funeral of Pearl Ann Scarlet, your cousin's mother and your aunt, seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Fortunately, the end of your long journey is in sight. You're almost in Scarlet Hollow. So anyway, as I was saying, says this stranger, there's this guy. You're all gonna love this guy. Anyone who's played Animal Crossing, this is basically that when you're on the bus in Animal Crossing, and what was that cat's name? Was that Rolf? Rover. Yeah, Rover. Yeah, this is Scarlet Hollow's Rover. Oh no, he's still here. He's been sitting next to you for the past 5 hours, talking at you without pause. You're not sure he even stopped when you started to doze off. At first, you thought he was just being friendly, but that was several hours of one-sided conversation ago. Oh, how's the audio for my voice versus the audio for the game's music? Are they at okay levels? Can you hear both? Okay. Alright, there we go. So Rover says, I was up in Maryland, looking for work, but mostly messing around because I was a dumb teen. I was a teen when I lived in Maryland. Me and my buddies were doing our usual prank stuff, you know, pushing joggers into the harbor, that sort of thing. Alright, what do we want to say? Do we want to say, wait, what? Dude, what's wrong with you? Hell yeah, sounds awesome. Why are you talking to me? Or remain silent. So suggestions are fairly split right now. I think I've seen more hell yeahs than anything else. So Desbert says, hell yeah, sounds awesome. So chaos, my dude. Heh, I knew you'd get me. You and me, we're kindred spirits. I can feel it. So this girl comes up to us, swinging her purse, yelling about how she was gonna call the cops or whatever. It was hilarious. She actually hit my friend, and he said it hurt a lot, so I guess she really was mad and not just playing. But she kept swinging, and soon enough, she lost her balance and fell into the harbor all on her own. We didn't even have to push her. We had a good laugh and fished her out, and her phone got soaked, so she couldn't call the cops on us. We wound up hanging out all day. She kind of became my girlfriend after that, and we've been on and off for about a year, so it's pretty serious. Though about 5 months ago, she tried to break up with me, like, for real, and geez, you ever just get so mad you just want to, like, kill somebody? Are you guys really sure that Rover, Animal Crossing Rover, wouldn't do any of this? We don't know Rover that well. Oh, we've got a hot dialogue option. We can only say this Or we only think this because we are in hot mode. Did he say she tried to break up with him? You can't even begin to imagine what that might feel like. Nobody's ever broken up with you. Alright, so our responses, let's see, our hot response as a hot person is, I honestly can't say anybody's ever tried to break up with me. We have a threaten response. I kind of feel like killing someone right now. Then let's see, I never feel that way, no. Oh yeah, all the time. What's wrong with you? Or smile and pretend he didn't just say that. Okay, I think people want to say, I kind of feel like killing someone right now. I don't like horrible people waking me up to tell me about their horrible thoughts. What can I say? I'm an interesting guy. Anyways, you'll get it when somebody tries to break your heart someday. It changes a person. Makes them think things they never thought they could. I honestly could have killed that woman. Ha! Anyway, she's giving birth to our son right now. So I'm trying to get up to Virginia to be there for it. But I don't know if I'm, like, into that stuff. So I might just wind up on a bus to New York or something instead. I've always wanted to go there. Look at his little smile. Yeah, this character exists only for this opening sequence. So we can say, what's wrong with you? Haha, that's interesting. Or, smart move, get out while you still can. We can also remain silent. We could find it, yeah, we could find out what exactly he keeps saying if we just don't say anything. Okay, everyone wants to say, haha, that's interesting. Haha, wow, that's neat. Please let this man get off the bus soon, you think. You're not sure where he could possibly take this conversation next, but you definitely don't want to find out. Yeah, people tell me I lead an interesting life. But I don't know, I'm just going with the flow. Maybe other folks don't do that enough. Anyways, where'd you say you were headed? I didn't. Scarlet Hollow. Just a small town, you probably haven't heard of it, or don't answer. I didn't. No need to be nasty, I was just asking. Not like I'm gonna follow you off the bus or anything. So, if you aren't getting off at my stop, then you must be headed to Scarlet Hollow, right? Or the Holler, as they call it in these parts. That's the only other stop until this bus turns around. I ride it pretty often, so I'd know. Almost nobody ever goes up that way, though, come to think of it. I had a couple of buddies who went up there to work in the mine. There's a coal mine up in the Holler, you see, and there's always a job listing or two on the boards around here. I've never wanted to do that kind of thing myself. I like my lungs the way they are, thanks. But my buddies got desperate enough to try it. I haven't heard from them in a while now that now that I think about it. I should see if they're on Facebook, see how they're doing up there. Hope they didn't die. He looks back at his phone, for once focused on something other than you. Oh, this is me. It was lovely meeting you. Hope you don't get too bored without me around to talk to. Here, I have something for you. Oh, here comes Rover's gift, everybody. The stranger rifles through his pack before presenting you with a dripping bag of peanuts. They're boiled peanuts. I got them at a gas station a few buses back. I noticed you haven't eaten much, so I figured you could use them more than me. Plus, they dripped all over my bag, so I don't want to carry them anymore. Tip: sometimes picking a dialogue option establishes new facts about who you are. So we can say, nice, I love boiled peanuts. Just take the peanuts. No thanks. Screw you and screw your peanuts. I'm actually allergic to peanuts, or we can eat the peanuts right away. Yeah, we're taking the peanuts. Thanks. You're welcome. And with that, I leave you. Safe travels, friend. As a matter of fact, boiled peanuts are often served in a sack, or at least I've gotten them in a paper bag, I think. They usually aren't still wet enough for the bag to be dripping. And just like that, the stranger is gone. Maybe you can finally get some sleep. Next stop, Scarlet Hollow, end of the line, says the bus driver. Almost there. The bus finally comes to a stop, its brakes squealing as it deposits you in front of the Scarlet Hollow bus station. The sign at least reads bus station, but calling it that feels disingenuous. At best, it's a kiosk. Though for a small town like this, you're amazed there's so much as a road, let alone a bus that drives on it every week. The driver quickly shuts the doors behind you and starts the engine, kicking up dust clouds as he pulls away, eager to leave you and this place behind. Hey, Desbert. Now this is our first other character. I'm not counting the bus man. You instantly recognize the worn young woman from the few public photos on her Facebook page. She's your cousin, Tabitha, and she looks annoyed to be here. We can use our hot option to make a good first impression with a winning smile. We can offer her our boiled peanuts as a condolence. Looks like somebody needs a hug. Hey, Tabitha. Give her your condolences, remain silent. Yeah, I figured everybody would want to give her the peanuts. Want some peanuts? I got them from the bus. You hold out the dripping bag, offering it to your cousin. She does not look impressed. As hot as we are, she is not impressed by our boiled peanuts. What? Put those away. Why would I want your wet peanuts? Now come on, let's go. I don't want to spend any more time down here than I have to. Your cousin turns and motions to an old BMW parked near the bus kiosk. By the way, I should ask, is anyone here just listening, like unable to view visuals for any reason? Because I could offer descriptions of these scenes as well. I guess I may as well. By that, of course, I mean people who are, like, you know, visually impaired and stuff. Might want visual descriptions. It might be a good idea to describe some things anyway, because I may be putting this up on YouTube. You never know who's gonna watch. It doesn't take much driving before the only signs of civilization are the car you're in and the road you're on. Tabitha maintains an icy silence as she focuses on the road. Tip: dialogue options labeled Explore can usually be taken without advancing the story. They can impact relationships and unlock additional story paths, so choose carefully. So our Explore options include, how are you holding up? I guess we're both members of the Dead Moms Club now, huh? So, the funeral. And I can't believe we've never actually met before this. I wish they gave you an option to scrounge around the car for change. That seems like the first major oversight. Everybody wants to say the Dead Moms Club thing. I guess we're both members of the Dead Moms Club now, huh? I like Tabitha's cringe. Your cousin turns to stare at you, an icy hatred in her eyes. Maybe this would have worked to ease the tension if she were someone else, but she isn't. She turns back to the road, her expression cold and unforgiving. We can still ask the remaining questions. How are you holding up? So the funeral, and I can't believe we've never actually met before this. The order in which you asked these makes a difference, I do believe. Yeah, let's ask her how she's holding up. How are you holding up? Fine. You know you can talk to me, right? I lost my mom too. Okay, but if that ever changes, I'm here for you, alright? Or we can say, phew, good to hear. Chat so far is split between the nicest option and probably the least nicest option. I'm gonna err on nicest. You know you can talk to me, right? I know we only just met, but you know I went through something similar with my own mom. So if you ever need to vent or... I'm good. We can still ask, so the funeral, or I can't believe we've never actually met before. I think we made a poor first impression somehow with our peanuts and our dead mom joke. You know, despite our objective hotness. Our why did our hotness have no effect on our cousin? Alright. So, the funeral. It's on Sunday, right? Yep, like I told you. We can say, geez, that's almost a whole week. Need any help planning? Have you worked out all the details yet? Or we can remain silent. Yeah, let's offer her help. Do you need any help planning? If you ever need help with errands or scheduling, feel free to ask. I know this stuff isn't easy. It's actually been fine. Just needed the coffin and somebody to dig a hole. Our last question left is, I can't believe we've never met before, or we can shut the hell up. I guess, yeah, we'll finish the options. I can't believe we've never actually met before this. You have your mom to thank for that. Or had, I guess. You can say, that was unnecessary. Is there bad blood between us? I wish I'd known about you. Or remain silent. Yeah, we should stop talking before she drives into a ditch, like Crumpets and Cheese just said. You decide it's best to not say anything in response. Oh, now we only have the option to remain silent. You decide to sit in silence with your cousin as the car eases up the steep mountain road. And here it is, the Scarlet Estate. Though it's seen better days, its crumbling elegance is not lost on you. Someone used to cramped apartments in gray cities. Now, for anyone just listening to the audio, this is a very beautifully decrepit mansion, all the way up on the edge of a cliff, like alarmingly so. If you walk to that farthest room there on the left, you are just standing over a void. Yeah, it is an OSHA violation. Your mother told you about this place many times before she passed, always with an anger burning beneath her words. The faded majesty you once imagined doesn't quite compare to what's in front of you, a jarring blend of opulence and ruin. As you stare at it perched on the crumbling cliffside, you can't help but feel like it's something that should have been left to rot a long, long time ago. Now we're in this, lovely, grimy, rotting entryway. You're hit with a blast of dusty air as you step across the threshold and into the foyer. Is it foyer or is it like foyer? It doesn't matter. Everything in this room has been here for much longer than you've been alive, each object cemented in place with layers of dust and cobwebs. You can hear doors creak on their hinges and the aches and moans of ancient floorboards as the house itself sways in the wind. "Welcome to our family's humble estate," says Tabitha. "Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. If you know what's good for you, you'll stick to your room, your bathroom, and the kitchen. And hallways, I guess. But only the hallways you need to use to get to those places. I'll show you around so you know where it's safe to walk. You can leave your bags here for the time being." We can say, "Cool, thanks. So you live here?" We can say, "It's beautiful." We can say, "It's beautiful," and be lying. "This place is falling apart." "I thought y'all were loaded. Can't you afford to fix this dump?" Or remain silent. So we wanna say "it's beautiful" sincerely or liarly. Yeah, we'll sincerely call this a beautiful home. It's beautiful. It is. The estate was the prize jewel of this region for a long time. It's quite a magnificent piece of architecture even now. Now, this is kind of the first positive reply we've gotten from Tabitha. Let's just get the tour over with. Follow me. Tabitha likes this house. That is something maybe we can salvage our relationship over if we want to try and bond with her on any level, I guess. You put your bags down and follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. She delicately steps over holes and tears in the floor, and you do your best to trace her steps. So Tabitha is showing us the kitchen here. Kitchen. On Wednesdays, a woman from town comes in and does the cleaning. Her name is Janie. I wouldn't recommend socializing with her. She'll talk your ear off. If you need any food, there's fixings for peanut butter and jelly. Wow. Peanut butter and jelly. Don't touch my mac and cheese or my ice cream. Those are off limits. Oh, and you can also access the garden through here, but it's pretty wild, so I wouldn't if I were you. Tip: some explore options prevent you from taking others. Choose carefully. Yeah, there's a nice little like food basket on the table here. I don't know who that's for if she didn't offer it to us. There's also some wilting bouquet of flowers over on this desk. And there's a kitty cat. So the explore options we can say are: someone cleans this place, You said someone actually cleans this place. Have you ever actually seen that happen, or does this person just say they did it and leave? This is so nice. It's nice. Lie, saying it's perfect. Awesome, I love PB&J. Is there somewhere in town to buy food? What if I want ice cream? Or, alright, what's next? Yeah, let's say we love PB&J. Awesome, I love PB&J. How do you know it was one of my favorites? That smile can't be real. Yeah, this is... Oh, we got an achievement. That damned smile. Get your cousin to flash her pearly whites. Yeah, this is... Anyone who's never seen this game before, this is the first time you're getting to see Tabitha's beautiful smile. Kind of like she's passing a kidney stone. Tabitha says, I didn't, but good for you. We can still say, let's see, we can still say somebody cleans this place. You said someone actually cleans this place. Have you seen it happen? This is so nice. It's nice. It's perfect, which is a lie. Is there somewhere to buy food? And what if I want ice cream? Yeah, let's ask where we can buy food. That was also a suggestion earlier. I might want to eat something other than PB&J this week. Is there somewhere in town we can get groceries? Well, aren't you fancy? Yeah, there's a general store. There's also a diner. I usually order my food in bulk online, though, so I wouldn't be going with you. She's like rolling her eyes, like this is such an unreasonable question for us to ask. We can say, general store, how very folksy. We can say, but I'm your guest. We can say, oh, I didn't actually budget for groceries this week. Or we can say, sweet, thanks. Yeah, we'll just say sweet thanks. Sweet, thanks. Cool, good talk. And we still have some remaining options. Yeah, let's say, what if I want ice cream? What if I want ice cream? Then you can buy yourself some at the general store. If you touch my stash, I will know and there will be consequences. Shall we just ask what's next? Yeah, let's ask the rude question about whether someone really cleans. You said someone actually cleans this place? Have you ever actually seen that happen, or does this person just say they did it and leave? Tabitha says, "Oh, I keep a close watch on Janie. She cleans." Maybe it's not up to your sleek city standards, but this is an old house in the country. There's a level of dirt and grime that you just have to learn to live with. We can say, "Do you actually expect me to eat here? Y'all could try a little harder, though." Or we can let it go. You know, all right, sorry. Wonderful. Now that you're done insulting my kitchen, do you have any other questions before we move on to the next part of the tour? Yeah, we can only say, all right, what's next? Bathroom, follow me. Oh, we said, great, it's been hours since I've gone. They didn't even let us choose to say that. As the two of you leave the kitchen, you pass by a tuxedo cat sitting on the countertop. Guys, want to talk to the cat? Or just leave the cat be. Okay, talk to the cat. Tabitha says, "Don't try to pet Frou Frou. If she wants to be pet, she'll let you know." Frou Frou spoke to us. In French. We can say, "Sorry, I don't speak French." "Okay, but can I pet you?" "Why do I ever bother talking to cats?" Or we can leave her alone. Yeah, she said, "Don't talk to me." Yeah, let's say, "Okay, but can I pet you?" Frou Frou says, "Ugh, another filthy American sticking their business where it doesn't belong." I can't really do a French accent. "No, he may not pet me. I would sooner smear myself with sewage than be touched by your filthy ape hands." Yeah, she doesn't say it, but we know that she is adding, ha ha ha. Tabitha says, "Ugh, stop wasting my time. Let's finish the tour." You once again follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. Maybe after a few nights it'll get easier to navigate these spaces. But for the time being, you feel lucky to have not fallen through the floors. Tabitha says, "Guest bathroom, not much to show. It's a bathroom. I'll wait outside. Do what you must if you must." It is a wretched bathroom. Piles of junk sit untouched in the corners of the room, and mystery stains paint the floor. We can hear flies buzzing around. So many like half-used bathroom things on the sink, someone else's toothbrushes. A lot of toothbrushes. Are these all Tabitha's? Overflowing garbage. We can ask, who exactly uses this bathroom? Wait, are you sure this toilet works? This is the worst bathroom I've ever seen. What a nice bathroom, which is a lie. Never mind, I don't need to go, or we can lift the toilet seat. We can look inside the toilet. I heard lift the toilet seat. The little cockroaches run out of the way and they say, "Scram, fellas, the jig is up!" Bugs skitter from the bowl as you lift the seat. You can say, "You're good, actually," or use the facilities. So do we want to use the toilet? Our character did say that it's been hours. Alright. A toilet is a toilet. Sure, it could be cleaner, but your business needs doing, and this is as good a place as any. You do what you must, and rejoin your cousin out in the hall. Next up, guest bedroom. Last stop on the tour. Follow me. You and Tabitha briefly return to the foyer before climbing the stairs and reaching the guest room. The room smells old. Dust, mildew, wood rot. It has it all. A week of sleeping in this place might give you permanent lung damage. Yes, there was a a toothbrush left in a half-filled wine glass in that bathroom. This is where you'll be staying. The linens are fresh. I had Janie wash them last week. I had to endure a half-hour rant about her kid to get her to do it, so you'd better be grateful. The closet is full of old family stuff, so you can't hang your clothes up. But you can use the dresser. It should be empty. We can say, "This room is amazing. What a dump. It seems a little dusty." We can lie and say the room is nice, thank you. We can ask who used to sleep here. We can say, "I guess I'll start to get settled," or we can remain silent. Okay, we want to ask who used to sleep here. When? This house is almost 150 years old. Many, many people have slept here. And now you'll sleep here, carrying on the fine tradition of bedrooms being slept in. We can still say, "This room is amazing, what a dump, seems a little dusty, it's nice, thank you," or "I guess I'll start to get settled." Okay, do we want to sincerely compliment the room or insincerely? Yeah, we'll call it amazing. This is great, way nicer than what I'm used to. Oh, Tabitha says, "I can't say I'm surprised. Each and every piece of furniture in this room is a genuine antique, handed down through the family for generations." Now, once again, the house itself seems to be like a special interest of Tabitha. Or at least it's something that she's proud of. This is not an IKEA bedroom, or whatever such nonsense you're used to in the city. Oh, but that left us no options, but I guess I'll start to get settled, or we say nothing. I guess I'll start to get settled. Tabitha says, "Follow me. I'll take you back to the foyer so you can collect your belongings." This concludes our tour. I'm afraid I must return to my duties, so you'll have to entertain yourself for the rest of the day. Don't expect to see much of me. Tip: some dialogue options will open additional conversation paths, some right away, others down the line. Oh, we have another hot dialogue option. We can say, "Hey, so is it cool if I bring someone over at some point this week?" You can say, "Where are you going? What am I supposed to do while you're gone? Are you sure you can't take the day off? Did I do something wrong?" Okay, everybody already wants to use the hot option. So we're going to say, "Hey, so is it cool if I bring someone over at some point this week?" Tabitha says, "What are you talking about? You don't even know anybody who lives here." We can say, "I'm talking about smooching, Tabitha. What's your smooching policy? I'm here for a week. There's plenty of time for a meet cute. If you're not going to be around, I'm going to go make friends. I'm a social butterfly. I don't know what to tell you. Forget I said anything." Or we can just wink. Okay, we want to. Apparently, most people want to say the smooching thing. Actually, people are kind of split between that and the social butterfly. Okay, that was a tiebreaker. We're gonna say the stupid thing about smooching. What's your smooching policy? Look at her cringe. Tabitha says, "I thought you were here for a funeral." Ugh, I can't believe I even have to say this, but please don't bring someone home to, you know... Look, I have enough on my plate already. Let's just forget you said anything. So, yeah, we can still ask, "Where are you going? What am I supposed to do while you're gone? Are you sure you can't take the day off? Did I do something wrong? Why are you being such a jerk to me? Are you sure you're okay? I won't keep you, but we should hang out when you get back, or we can just silently let her leave." These are a lot of good options. These are options that'll really probably impact our relationship with this character quite a bit. Alright, we'll ask, "Are you sure you're okay?" "Hey, are you sure you're doing okay? You seem kind of upset." Tabitha says, "I'm fine. I just need to get back to work." We can ask where she's going, what we should do while she's gone. Ask to hang out later, or ask why she can't take the day off. Yeah, we'll ask if we can hang out later. She says, we'll see. There's a lot that needs to get done this week. And she left. She really rocketed out of there. Your cousin leaves through the front door. And now it's just you. You and this sprawling, decrepit estate. We can make ourselves a PB&J. We can settle into our room. We can go straight to the forbidden wings of the estate, or we can head into town. Everybody wants to go exactly immediately where she told us not to go the moment she was gone. That is, I think that's a good choice as a guest in someone's home. With Tabitha gone, there's no one stopping you from going into the forbidden wings of the estate. And here we go. Except for the locks and chains sealing them shut. Oh, we can't. We can still settle into our room, make a peanut butter sandwich, or head to town. Okay, more people want to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You haven't had anything to eat all day. The only things louder than your stomach right now are the creaks and moans of this ancient place. A PB&J sounds exactly like what you need to take on the rest of the day. You head to the kitchen. You're back in the kitchen, ready to craft a beautiful peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's a daunting task, given the state of the place, but the aggressive growls of your stomach outweigh your fear of food poisoning. To get started, you'll probably need to find some peanut butter, some jelly, bread, a plate, and a knife. We can talk to Frou Frou the cat again. We can search the fridge, search the pantry, search the cabinets, check out the garden, or decide we're not actually hungry anymore. And we'll try talking to the kitty cat again. She hissed. Frou Frou hisses as you draw near and remains firmly in place. You might want to talk to me, but I don't want to talk to you. Go away. I'm not going to try to do the voice. It'll kill my throat. You know what I established what Frou Frou sounds like. You remember. We can offer her our boiled peanuts. Ask her if she likes living here. Ask if she knows what's in the sealed off part of the estate. Ask her about Tabitha. Ask her about our dead aunt. Or back away. Boiled peanuts. You extend your arm and offer Frou Frou your bag of boiled peanuts as a token of peace. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. Want some boiled peanuts? She does not want the boiled peanuts. Can ask if she likes living here, ask about the sealed off parts of the estate, ask about Tabitha or our aunt. Yeah, if you want to ask about our aunt first. Can you tell me about Pearlan? I never knew my aunt. She's dead. I don't waste my time on corpses, says Frou Frou the cat. If you won't take the hint, I suppose I'll have to take things into my own hands. Oh, Frou Frou lunges at your hand and bites you hard. You back away. The first time I saw this played, we actually did kind of befriend Frou Frou here, so there is quite a bit that can be different depending on just slightly different options you've taken. We can search the fridge, search the pantry, search the cabinets, check out the garden, or just leave. Oh no! On our first playthrough, we still offered Frou Frou the peanuts first, and somehow it still turned out good, or better than this anyway. Yeah, let's just search the pantry for the peanut butter. Oh, jeez. There is nothing in this pantry but many loaves of bread, many jars of peanut butter, many boxes of mac and cheese, and there's one dead mouse. And we just think, Tabitha sure loves her mac and cheese. Yeah, peanut butter is actually very high protein, so technically she's getting enough protein if she's also eating the peanut butter. Yeah, let's take some bread. You pick up one of the non-moldy loaves of bread. Great, one step closer to a satisfying snack. All you need now is a plate, a knife, and the PB&J itself. You just take the peanut butter again. Well, we can take the peanut butter, or we can examine the mac and cheese. What do we want to do? Do we want to just take the peanut butter like we're supposed to, or do we want to look at the forbidden mac and cheese? Yeah, she can't stop us from looking at her mac. You pick up a box of Tabitha's mac and cheese. You can't say you've ever seen the brand before. It's Kraft macaroni and cheese, but the Kraft is spelled with a letter C. If you're just listening. Oh, we can cook. Oh, we could cook it for ourselves. We can eat one of her boxes of mac and cheese. Or we can put it back. Or we could empty the box and stuff it with the dead mouse. So do we want to leave her food alone, steal it, or put a dead mouse in it? Yeah, well, most people want to put it back. Staying away from the mac and cheese was one of your cousin's hard rules, and she already seems to not like you. You put the box back where you found it, reluctant to make things worse than they already are. I guess nothing left but to take the peanut butter. The king of nut butters, and only 3% of each jar is mashed up cockroaches. It is, GIF brand peanut butter, GIF. All you need now is some jelly, a plate, and a knife. Close the pantry. You close the pantry door as best as you can and turn back to the rest of the kitchen. Do we search the fridge, the cabinets, or the garden for our jelly? I think most people... Well, once it's open, you're supposed to refrigerate jelly, but if it hasn't been opened, you keep it in the cabinet, usually. Let's check the fridge. As you approach the fridge, your eyes catch a note taped to the door reading, "Janie, stay out," in all caps. Below it, in separate handwriting, are the words, "Okie dokie." You open the fridge. You already feel a deep urge to wash your hands, even though you have yet to touch anything other than the handle. We can see, what does Tabby have in here? Looks like there's a bunch of shriveled up old carrots down there. 2% milk. A mysterious styrofoam box. Butter, mayo. Lots of cans of jelly and lots of tubs of ice cream up in the freezer. No, we can examine the old takeout, check mayonnaise, take jelly, grab ice cream. Shall we check out the mayonnaise, or maybe take a peek at the takeout box? Okay, we're checking out the takeout box. Why did you do that? What were you expecting? This takeout container is disgusting beyond words. A liquefied mess wholly congealed in its styrofoam shell. You can't even tell what it used to be. Kind of just a pile of fungus, basically. It's got some nice trypophobia patches growing. This substance doesn't just smell bad, it smells ancient. Our options are, for God's sake, put it back or eat it. I'm seeing eat it. What is wrong with me? What kind of horrible goblin would do this, you think to yourself, as you dip your hands into the goop. It's thicker than expected, almost spongy. You scoop some up into your wretched claw of a hand, and slowly bring it towards your mouth, allowing its musk to permeate your senses before the slime fills your mouth. It tastes like rot, like the smell of decaying mulch and burning leaves and fish heads festering on the beach. It feels even worse, like your mouth is full of slugs. You can almost feel it writhing in there, though perhaps that's just your own tongue convulsing in disgust at what you've done. Our options are you've made a horrible mistake, spit it out, or swallow it. And we've already gone this far. I'm seeing fair number of people think we should spit it out. Almost as many think we should go ahead and swallow it. I will say that this will not kill you. I already know that we do not die from this. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna swallow it. You swallow the slime. You've done it, and there's no going back now. It slid down your throat like a mass of wiggling worms. I'm sorry, wriggling worms. Your gag reflex tries to reject it one final time before it passes into your stomach, but your will is stronger. A layer of waxy residue now coats the inside of your mouth and throat, and your teeth squeak with a slippery film, making it impossible to forget what you've done. Frou-Frou the cat wants to know if something broke in our tiny brain. You have a feeling that the consequences for this action will be severe, a problem for future you to worry about. We can still check out the mayonnaise, take some jelly, or take some ice cream. Let's look at the mayonnaise. Let's be a mayonnaise looker. You know you probably shouldn't, but a part of you has to know how old that mayonnaise is. You pick up the jar, its label flaking in your hands. It expired 10 years ago. This jar of mayonnaise is old enough to graduate 5th grade. It says mayo on it, and it's got like a cool kid in sunglasses eating just a spoonful of mayo on the art. Best to put it back and forget you ever saw it. Okay, they aren't even going to let us eat the old mayo. But we can still finish our sandwich, or we can steal some ice cream. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and take the jelly. You reach for one of the unopened jars of grape jelly, carefully checking its expiration date. You breathe a sigh of relief when you realize it's recent. This was either purchased specifically for you, or jelly is one of the few things in this kitchen Tabitha actually uses. The only things you need now are a plate and a knife. Better close this fridge and keep looking. Oh, but we can still grab ice cream. Does anybody want to mess with her ice cream? Or should we just move on? we'll just close the fridge. You return to the kitchen, closing the fridge behind you. We haven't searched the cabinets yet. This cabinet must be where Tabitha keeps the dishware, and oddly enough, the utensils. That's actually, that's basically what you have to do if you have mice. We can grab a plate and a butter knife, grab a bowl, examine the mug, examine the shot glass, or close the cabinet. Let's examine the shot glass. It reads, I survived Deb's 50th. Your aunt's name was Perlan, so this wasn't from her 50th. From the few stories you'd heard from your mom, Perlan wasn't the type to have kitschy friends who gave out themed shot glasses at their birthday parties. Now maybe the mug will have some insights into Tabitha's character. It reads, I was blown away at Blowing Rock, North Carolina. So your aunt and cousin actually traveled sometimes, even if it was only a few hours from the estate. They could have just gotten this at Goodwill. Maybe you can route your return trip through Blowing Rock. It might be nice to see the local sights before heading home. You grab a plate and a butter knife. This is the last ingredient you needed to make your PB&J. Time to get to work. You close the cabinet and look back to the rest of the kitchen. Make that PB&J. Even though you've already eaten God knows what from the fridge, your ravenous form quickly sets to work making a PB&J. A job well done. All of that hassle, and it took you less than a minute to eat. The rest of the day lies in front of you. We got the cooking by the book achievement for that. We can check out the garden or leave. Actually, what does happen if you search anything again? Oh, yeah, it just takes us back to the options we had left. Okay, everybody wants to see the garden. It's a pretty nice looking garden. It's there's a little swing set, a fountain in the distance, statue of a woman and some... Oh, a statue of a woman with a baby and a couple of what do you call them? Little goat people, little goat kids. Yeah, they got goat legs. There's a greenhouse. Yeah, satyrs. I don't know why I couldn't remember the word satyr. This garden was reclaimed by the wilderness long ago. It might not be very safe, but who's to stop you from venturing deeper? We can explore the garden. You wander further into the garden. It's quiet out here. Gives us no options left but to return to the kitchen. You head back inside and close the door behind you. I guess we've done everything we can, pretty much. Other than, you know, if we wanted to go back and put the dead mouse in the macaroni or steal any of her ice cream. But nobody wanted to do that. Congratulations, you've eaten and have a full day ahead of you. What do you want to do next? Settle into your room or head to town? Well, yeah, let's find out real quick what happens when we take a bowl. Grab a bowl. You reach for the bowl, but as you pull it down, a blend of vinegar and dead moths splashes onto you, immediately staining your shirt. On the back of the bowl is a note that reads, "Moth trap, do not touch." Yeah, there's dead moths in the bowl of vinegar. Frou-Frou calls us an idiot. Your shirt is now unpleasantly wet. You'll probably change into something clean before you leave the house. Sometimes some moths actually, they will eat your food. There are pantry moths, basically. They get into cereal, bread, stuff like that. So that would be why there's a moth trap in the kitchen. So do we want to settle into our room and I guess maybe change our clothes, or should we head right into town with the vinegary dead moth shirt? Okay, people want to check out our room. We can take a nap, put our spare clothes in the dresser, check the closet, look out the window, or examine the painting on the wall. Take a look out the window. You can only imagine how beautiful the garden must have been in its heyday. If you owned this place, you'd totally get out there with a shovel and some gardening gloves and whip it into shape. You'd go out and pull weeds, chop trees, carve topiaries, and do whatever you needed to do to return it to its former glory. And once it was all done, you'd sit by the fountain, which of course would have a little goldfish in it, and drink a floral tea while enjoying the bird song. Yeah, you'd definitely do that, just not right now. Shall we check out the painting, the closet, or the dresser? I get the feeling some of you already know what's in the dresser. I already know what's in the dresser, but yeah, we'll check out the dresser. You drag your suitcase over to the dresser and open the bottom drawer. An opossum lurks within. It is quiet but angry. Afraid, says the possum. We can say, I friend, I no hurt. We can say, aw, what's your name, little guy? We can say, what are you doing in my drawers? Can you move, please? I want to put my clothes in here. We can ask it what's in the sealed off part of the estate. Ask it about the human who lives here. Offer him our boiled peanuts. Try to shoo him out, or put our clothes right on top of him. Offer boiled peanuts. You hold out your still dripping bag of boiled peanuts. Dustin says, afraid! Death comes for Dustin! You close the drawer. You might as well leave Dustin be. You open the top drawer next. It's empty. As good a place as you'll find to put your clothes. Based on the state of the house, you wonder if you'd have been better off keeping your clothes in your nice, clean bag. But there's no going back now. We have frightened Dustin, and we cannot speak to him any further. The boiled peanuts were just too terrifying. We can take a nap, we can check the closet, or we can look at the painting. You can see why your cousin said you should put your clothes in the dresser instead of this closet. There must be decades of family history stacked up in here. There's also a creepy doll laying on the shoeboxes. Or we can pick up the doll or leave it be. Let's pick up the doll. Of course you're sharing a room with a creepy doll. You pick it up to examine it more closely. Its foot reads, Property of Alexandra. No need to carry this around with you. You close the closet behind you. Take a nap or examine the painting. This must be an older relative of yours, judging by the dates on the inscription. You've never heard of her, but you'd barely heard anything about your aunt and cousin until a week ago, so that's not really a surprise. Maybe you could ask Tabitha about this Marybelle Scarlet the next time you see her. That is, if she's actually in the mood for conversation. We can take a nap or we can leave. Yeah, we'll take a nap. You immediately collapse onto the bed. You're tired enough that being alone in a strange new place won't stop you from passing out. Or so you thought. You cough as a small cloud of dust rises up from the mattress. These sheets might be fresh, but everything beneath them might have been around to see the dawn of civilization. You try to settle in, but the bed is lumpy in strange places, and you can feel the springs pressing through the fabric. You might be tired, but you're far from tired enough to get in more than a few minutes of uncomfortable napping. Yeah, that's all we can do. It doesn't seem like there's much else for you to do here right now. There's nothing left but to head into town. This is kind of where the game, like, truly begins, actually. Before leaving the house, you rinse off and change into a clean shirt. You're not about to meet new people coated in vinegar and dead moths. Oh, they didn't even give us a choice there. They made us change our shirt. If you'd have known you'd wind up having to walk all the way back to town, you probably would have just asked Tabitha to leave you at the bus stop, especially with how unhappy she seemed to see you. We got the Urban Explorer achievement. If only you could wipe the slate between the two of you clean and bury some of the tension. Though maybe her mother's funeral isn't the best time for something like that. Then again, maybe it's the perfect time. Continue down the path. Ooh. It's really pretty out here, but your serenity is quickly overcome by a sudden urge to puke. The slime wants out. Do we throw up our precious fungus now with no one around, or do we force it down and continue into town? First few people said force it down. You're not going to let this slime get the best of you, you think to yourself as you muster up every last ounce of willpower and force it back into your guts. You're safe for now, but there's no telling how long it'll last. Finally, you made it back to town. The holler, as that guy on the bus called it, has probably seen better days. Now we can see one building completely boarded up here. It still has the feeling of an idyllic country town, but its sidewalks are cracked and many of the storefronts are boarded up, their windows dusty with age. No, we did not take the powerful build. We took talking to animals and being sexy. A chill breeze sweeps down the lane, and you shudder, suddenly feeling as if you're peering into a grave. And here comes a little dog. And someone says, "Gretchen, come back. Quit bothering strangers." But Gretchen says, "Why, I do declare, who is this gorgeous stranger, and why do they smell of peanut butter?" Gretchen was picked up by this woman in a Mothman shirt, who says, "Oh, I haven't seen you around here before." Oh, because we are hot. The young woman is noticeably flustered by your appearance. It's a phenomenon that you, as a hot, are all too familiar with. Sorry about Gretchen. She can be very slippery when she wants to be. Hope she didn't scare you. The excitement of meeting this new stranger causes your stomach to churn. Once more, the slime is making its escape. Do we force it back down again, or it's going to come up eventually? Might as well get this over with. Looks like everybody wants to throw up. Okay, here we go. You knew the moment you first ingested the putrid slime that would get the best of you one way or another. If now is the time it has chosen to free itself from your body, it's best not to stop it. You manage to turn enough so as not to hurl all over the stranger's shoes before the geyser erupts. You spew the half-digested contents of your stomach all over the sidewalk. Oh gosh, you poor thing. Sorry if we startled you. The stranger pats your back as her dog, Gretchen, wrinkles her already wrinkled nose and sneezes in disgust. For those of you who don't know, if we had forced it back down just now, at least on the playthroughs I've seen, we would have wound up throwing up in front of literally almost the entire town. But Gretchen, the dog, says, "Oh my, how foul! Bless your heart, you poor thing." Even Gretchen knows that the slime is too putrid to consume. If only you had a similar instinct for self-preservation. Gretchen's owner says, "Are you okay?" We can flirt right off the bat, right after barfing everywhere. We can say, "Sorry, I sometimes get a little nervous when I meet someone cute." We can say, "Yeah, sorry." We can say, "No." We can say, "I'm just reaping what I've sown, don't mind me." We can say, "Yeah, I was thrown off by your wretched visage." Or we can say, "It was the sight of that horrible little creature." Alright, everybody wants to flirt. So Desperate says, "Sorry, sometimes I get a little nervous when I meet someone cute." Oh, we already made her smile. Stella says, "Haha, dang, that's a pretty smooth line. It almost made me forget about all the projectile vomiting." How about I introduce myself so you won't be so nervous? I'm Stella. It's not often I see a strange face up in the holler. Every now and then there's a new crop of coal folks, but you don't look dusty enough for that. Oh, she was blushing there a second ago. You can say, "You aren't in town for the funeral, are you? The Scarlet funeral?" And we can offer her our peanuts. Introduce ourselves. We can say, "Yep, maybe." We can lie and say no. Say none of your business or remain silent. Yeah, I knew everyone would say peanuts. The peanuts. You hold a dripping bag of peanuts. It's polite to offer food in new social situations. She's just kind of looking at us, a little confused. "Oh, that's really kind of you to offer, but I couldn't take your food. You should hang on to those in case you get peckish." Anyways, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that you're Tabby's cousin, right? Upon mention of your cousin, Gretchen mutters under her breath, "One of these days I'll get that Tabitha to pet me." Aw, Tabitha has never pet Gretchen. Stella says, "That's the only person I can think of who would come to town for the funeral. How's she holding up?" To be honest, I've been a little worried about her, all alone up in that big house. We can say, "I'm sorry, did you say Tabby? Why do you want to know? She seems all right." Even though we just met a couple of hours ago, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about her. Is she always so, you know? I don't know how she's doing and I don't care. Or we can say, why do you care? She's awful, and as far as I can tell, she openly hates me. We'll say, I'm sorry, did you say Tabby? We end up saying, I'm sorry, did I hear you right? I can't imagine Tabitha ever going by something so bubbly. Stella says, she did back when I knew her better. It's been a while. I hope she's okay. We can still say, she seems alright, worried about her too. Is she always so, you know? Don't know what she's doing and I don't care, or we can call her awful. Yeah, let's just say we're worried about her too. I'm worried about her too. Stella says, she's always been a little rough around the edges, but I figured she'd probably be having a rough go of things. She and her mom were really close. To think she's been up in that old mansion all by herself. It'll probably be good for her now that you're staying there, even if she doesn't think so herself. We can ask, how long have you known her? Are you two friends? She's really not worth your time, or we can say nothing. We'll ask how long she's known her. Oh, quite a long time. The town's really small, so everybody knows everybody else as far back as they can remember. Tabby and I got a little close when we were both in the school's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I was Puck and she was Mustard Seed. As you might have expected, she was more than a little prickly, but I managed to soften her up a bit in the end. But then she graduated and that was that. Gretchen the dog says, I haven't seen that girl or her horrible little cat since I was middle-aged. Oh, before it slips my mind, if you're staying up in that spooky old mansion, you must have met the Fro-Fro. How does that monster fare? We can respond to Gretchen saying, ugh, Tabitha's cat, unfortunately we've met. We can say, I will pet her if it's the last thing I do. We can say, it sounds like you and Frou-Frou have a history. Or we could ignore Gretchen so Stella doesn't think we're a weirdo who talks to animals. Okay, we're gonna say, I will pet her if it's the last thing I do. Yeah, I've met Frou-Frou. She might think she's so much better than me, but I will get her to let me pet her. Stella says, wait, what? Are you messing with me? You can't actually talk to my dog, right? We can lie and say, haha, yeah, it's a joke, I can't talk to animals. Alas, you have discovered my dark and terrible secret. Or we can say nothing. Yeah, we'll say the dark and terrible secret thing. Alas, you have discovered my dark and terrible secret. I can talk to animals and animals can talk to me. Your dog sounds like a southern belle when she talks. And Stella says, haha, yeah, of course you're joking. You and Stella maintain silent, awkward eye contact. And Gretchen says, well, next time you see that devil, please send my regards, and do let her know that not only do I still draw breath, but that I very much still plan to outlive her. Stella says, oh, if you just got to town, you must be starving. I was just on my way to the diner for a coffee, and they've got amazing biscuits. My treat. The pleasant aroma of greasy breakfast food hangs heavy in the air, in contrast with the empty, lifeless atmosphere of the family estate. The diner is filled with the comforting din of human life. All of which grinds to a sudden halt as the patrons realize that a stranger has entered the establishment. We could use our hot option to just say, "Hey everyone, I'm Desbert." We can say, "What are you looking at?" Quietly slide into the nearest booth, or silently stare at everybody. All right, we'll take the friendly, hot option. "Hey everyone, I'm Desbert, just in town for the funeral. Nice to meet y'all." The woman behind the counter beams back at you. "Hello there, and welcome to the holler. You just let us know if you need anything, okay?" You nod politely, giving a small wave as you and Stella slide into the nearest booth. Stella says, "Looks like you'll probably be the talk of the town for a while. It's not often folks around here meet any strangers, and with who you're related to, well, folks love their gossip, you know." So this guy sidles up and says, "Hey Stella, I went ahead and fixed you up a coffee." They gracefully place a cup of specially brewed coffee in front of Stella. Stella says, "Oh shucks, thanks Avery." And Avery says, "Here's some bacon for the little lady." Gretchen says, "For me? For me?" Gretchen sniffs the bacon and digs in. Tip: you can hit the H button on your keyboard to hide the text box at any time. They let us know that so we can see Gretchen eating the bacon. I think everybody's seen the bacon eating now. Avery winks at us and says, "Anything for you, darling?" That was the because Avery only says this because we took the hot option. We could offer Avery our boiled peanuts. We can say, "Isn't bacon bad for dogs?" We can say, "No thanks, I ate pretty recently." Stella said she's buying, so I'll have one of everything, please. How much is the coffee? Order a biscuit, and a coffee. Yeah, everyone's gonna go with peanuts, but I'll hide the text box again so you can see Gretchen's face a minute. Alright, now we're gonna offer peanut. You hold the still dripping bag of boiled peanuts. Gretchen sniffs at the spatters of brine on the table and licks her lips expectantly. Avery says, "No thanks. I shouldn't take gifts while I'm on my shift." "Anything I can get you, though?" Avery goes back to winking at us. We can say, "Isn't bacon bad for dogs? No thanks, I ate." We could order one of everything on Stella's credit card, I guess. How much is the coffee? Order biscuit and coffee. We'll order the biscuit and the coffee. Could I have a biscuit and the coffee, please? I heard they were really good. Avery says, best in the county. Avery pours the fragrant brew into the empty mug in front of you. They linger after pouring your coffee, turning to you nervously. Oh, and I'm, sorry for your loss. Prefer you have the chance to respond, they're gone. Stella says, glad you took my advice with the biscuit. You won't regret it. I like Gretchen looking up at her when she talks. I have never in my life seen a game of this type with this many unique drawings, and we're still only a fraction into it. Not to mention on only one possible path. Stella says, you know, if you ever want to get rid of those peanuts, there's a trash can by the door. Gretchen says, there is also always my mouth if you ever find yourself looking for an alternative receptacle. Stella says, anyways, the funeral's not till Sunday, right? That gives you quite a bit of time to slum around town. I'm trying to think if there are any cool events going on this week. There's always the reading adventure at the library, which is supposed to be for little kids, but I do it every month anyway. Oh, and I'm pretty sure Avery's throwing a party Saturday night, so that's a fun thing to look forward to. And there's the weekly Sunday potluck. That should be right after the funeral, too, so it'll be a special occasion. We can say, is the potluck like a church thing? We can just say, cool. We can say, none of that's really striking my fancy, or we can remain silent. We don't really have any, really friendly options here. It all feels a little dismissive to me. Yeah, we can ask if the potluck is a church thing. So, okay, you can say, is the potluck a church thing? Would it be weird for me to come if I'm not a member? And she says, no. The Sunday thing is coincidental. It's actually hosted by the library. Not too many people go to church around here, if I'm being honest. You can say, a non-religious community in the rural South. I get that. That's a shame. Or, hell yeah, religion sucks. Or we can remain silent. Okay, more people want to ask why they're a non-religious community in the rural South. She says, I know, we must seem like such heathens. But there are plenty of God-fearing folks in this town. They just aren't the biggest fans of the local church. Well, the building's okay, but the pastor's another story. There's just something a little off about the guy. You'll get what I mean if you ever meet him. And unfortunately, you probably will. Anyway, those are all the big events I can think of. As for the day-to-day, any idea how you want to kill time for the rest of the week? We can say, what's it to ya? No clue. I am sure I'll be able to occupy myself, or I'll probably just do what I can to support Tabitha through this. We'll say no clue. Stella says, well, you're in luck, as you happen to run into the person who knows all the best stuff to do around here, and has limitless time to show you around. My boss is pretty forgiving. Oh, wait, you probably wouldn't get that joke since we don't know each other that well. I'm self-employed, so I'm my own boss, so I'm forgiving myself. Get it? We can laugh uproariously. We can say, yeah, I get it. We can give a wooden laugh, or we can say, no, please explain the joke. I think everybody wants to laugh uproariously. And you end up saying, ha, funny joke. She says, thank you, I'll be here all week. Before Stella can finish, Avery returns, biscuit in tow. Yeah, as, forgot to mention, if we had held in our barf when we met Stella, this is where we would have barfed when we came in and the entire town turned to look at us. It was very funny. But, we probably did the right thing letting it out when we did. Gretchen says, is there nothing else coming for me? Gosh, if I'd known that plate of bacon would be my main and only course, I would have waited before digging in. Avery says, here's your biscuit. Winnie says it's on the house. She sends her condolences. We can say, thank you, it looks great. You didn't have to do that. We can say, what do I look like, a charity case? Or we can just, chow down. We'll say, thanks, looks great. Thanks, Avery, it looks great. You pick up the biscuit. It's delicate and fluffy. It nearly crumbles at your touch. Buttery warmth emanates from its surface. You take a bite. It melts in your mouth, as if it was nothing but butter suspended in a thin matrix of dough. Truly, this is a perfect biscuit. We can say, whoa. We can lie and say, I've had better. We can say, this is the best biscuit I've ever had, but that's not saying much. Yeah, we'll just say, whoa. Whoa, this really is a good biscuit. Wow. Stella says, I'm so glad you like it. Avery lingers at the table for a moment. So, has Stella mentioned she's famous? Stella says, ha ha ho, Avery, I'm not famous. Avery says, look, if you're not going to go around tooting your own horn, you know I'm going to do it for you. Stella sighs. Stella says, I'm a YouTuber. We can say, wait, what? We can say, what kind of videos do you do? Wow, that's rad. Oh, okay. How does that make you money? Or, ugh, you and everyone else. Yeah, we'll ask her what kind. Cool, what kind of videos do you do? Avery says, she hunts cryptids. You should really check out her channel, Desbert. It's amazing. I think the best video to start with would be that river one. Not the lake, but, you know, the controversial one. Stella says, oh yeah, the Catawba River Runner. I didn't expect much out of that footage at the time, but it wound up being my most popular video by far. So, the River Runner is a cryptid that's only known from a single sighting. 2 Boy Scouts thought they saw something big and weird in the Catawba River, and that's all I had to go on. But then I wound up catching this on camera. Stella pulls out her phone and shows you a clip of something in a river. Some folks said it was a beaver, but if that was the case, it'd be at least twice the size of any beaver I've seen. I also had people saying it was a dog or even a capybara that must have escaped from a local wildlife sanctuary. Well, Gretchen's narking on her owner here. Gretchen says it was a mountain lion. I could smell its stink from miles away. I mean, not that Stella is lying to us, just Gretchen is really calling her out here for assuming it's a monster. Stella says, I'm still not sure what it was, and I'm the one who saw the thing with my own 2 eyes. Now we can tell her that Gretchen thinks it's a mountain lion. We can say it's a mountain lion, as if it's our original thought. We can say, that's an honest-to-God cryptid there. We can say, oh yeah, totally a dog. Oh wait, a beaver? Hold on. Whatever it is, you should leave it alone. Or, I don't believe in cryptids. Yeah, we'll tell her what Gretchen thinks. You decide to share Gretchen's insight with Stella and Avery. Gretchen seems to think it's a mountain lion. Stella says, haha, very funny. You might have gotten me earlier, but I'm on to you. You're not going to trick me into thinking you can talk to my dog. As for your theory... No way. It is absolutely not a mountain lion. There are no mountain lions this far east. I did a whole video on the Appalachian mountain lion myth, and I found jack squat. And there's no reason one would be swimming in the river like this. They're not fans of water. And the body is too long. No way. Avery says they're a fan of the capybara theory. Sure, it's not like any local sanctuaries are missing one, but there's always people keeping exotic animals as pets. Kind of a sewer gator type situation. Stella says, haha, exactly. Some exotic pet owner set it free, and now it will forever roam the Catawba, confusing Boy Scouts and YouTube commenters for years to come. So, speaking of things to do around town, I was actually planning on filming this week's video tonight. I was wondering if maybe you'd want to come along. It's a pretty easy one this week. We wouldn't even have to camp anywhere. I'm gonna go after the... Avery says, wait, no spoilers. Stella says, whoops, sorry, Avery. It's okay. I should probably get back to it instead of standing around chatting with friends. See you all around. Aw, she already called us a friend. She says, now that the coast is clear, I'm gonna go after the skunk ape. We can say, ew, stinky. What's a skunk ape? Heck yeah. Isn't that just worse Bigfoot? Even if we already know, let's ask her what it is. What's a skunk ape? It's like Bigfoot, but smellier. Most skunk ape sightings are from Florida, but while I was doing research for last week's video, I came across a report where a lady from a town over claimed to have seen one on her deck, playing tug-of-war with her dog. And as I leave no stone unturned, I decided it was worth investigating. So what do you say? Want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against a darkening sky, that sort of thing. We can use our hot option to say it's a date. Or we can ask Gretchen if Gretchen's going to be there. We can just say absolutely, against my better judgment, yes. Are you nuts? It's not like I have anything else going on. Or no. Yeah, we'll say it's a date. It's a date. Stella says, cool. This is going to be a lot of fun. I actually started the channel with a couple buddies of mine back in middle school. But it's just been me and Gretchen for quite a while. It is a pleasure to welcome... Oh, Gretchen says, it is a pleasure to welcome you to our elite team, Desbert. Stella says, me and Kanika and Reese, running around in the woods, flipping over rocks and bothering salamanders. Our videos were terrible, but we had a lot of fun, and that's what mattered to us. Maybe you'll get the chance to meet them later this week. So we should probably head out if we want to make it up the mountains before it's too dark. Come on, let's blow this popsicle stand. You pause before getting up. Maybe it's time to make a good first impression. Alright. We can leave a tip. We can leave a generous tip. We can decide we can't afford to leave a tip. Or we can leave no tip. Yeah, we'll leave a generous tip. You reach into your pocket and pull out a crumpled $5 bill. You know it's a bit more than one would expect to get from such a short dining experience, but you might as well share the wealth while you've got it. You smooth out the bill before placing it on the table inconspicuously. Stella says, "Oh, that's awesome of you. Avery will appreciate that, I'm sure." Stella turns to leave the diner with you following close behind. It hadn't been very cold when you first arrived in town, but as the sun dips closer and closer to the horizon, a chill descends upon the hollow, and you see your situation with renewed clarity. So now we're overlooking the whole town here, and there's that awful cliff, pointy little cliff with the mansion on it. Actually looks even worse from here. You're in a new place, far from civilization and the people you know, following someone you just met into a dark forest in search of monsters. You feel... How do we feel? We got options. More alive than we have felt in years, strangely calm, tense, unsettled, or nothing. And let's say we feel alive. You feel alive. The fall breeze passing through the leaves, the orange hue of the setting sun painting the horizon, the promise of excitement ahead. It's been a while since you've felt this in the moment, this present. The world around you feels almost magical. Were mythical creatures to actually manifest in front of you, it would fit perfectly into this world. Stella says, "Gotta love this brisk fall weather. This past summer was the hottest on record since last year, at least. You know how it is these days. Each summer is the hottest yet, until the next summer, which always finds a way to be so much worse. It's just nice to feel a chill in the air and see the leaves change, like normalcy is restored, if only for a moment. Sorry if that was a bit of a bummer. We should talk about something more fun, like skunk apes. We can say, are you really expecting to find anything? Do you ever hunt things that aren't cryptids, like ghosts and whatnot? Has anything bad ever happened on these hikes? What's the weirdest thing you've seen out here other than cryptids? Let's ask the weirdest thing that she's seen. What's the weirdest thing you've seen out here? Other than anything cryptid related, of course. She can say, oh gosh, that's a good one. Let me think. Well, there's always the deer I saw stealing baby birds out of a nest and eating them. That was pretty messed up. Well, deer will do that if they can. But I think most people know about that these days. I've seen tons of videos of other deer doing it, so I'm not sure if it counts as weird anymore. Oh, Tetanus Lake. That's definitely the weirdest. It's a 5-foot deep, 30-foot wide pile of old cans and bottles and assorted garbage, with grass and trees growing on it so you could barely tell it was there until you stepped on it. It was practically solid ground with how much it had been compressed, but you could still fall through if you weren't careful, hence the name. Better be up on your shots if you want to mess around in there. It's all stuff from the 50s, too, which is super neat. I salvaged a few bottles I keep in my dresser as a little souvenir. And we can ask about the ghosts. Do you ever hunt things that aren't cryptids? You know, like ghosts, demons, werewolves, that sort of thing. Yeah, for sure. I used to go after all sorts of spooky stuff. I never had much luck, though, especially when it came to ghosts. Back when I first started doing solo videos, I'd go into all sorts of old abandoned buildings, hoping I'd stumble across some kind of activity. But nothing ever happened. It was always just me and my camera in an old house getting worked up over a gust of wind or a creaky floorboard. When all's said and done, I've just been a lot luckier with cryptids. I want to believe in ghosts so bad, and I can't rule out the possibility that there really are true hauntings out there. But if there are, I sure as heck haven't seen any myself. Werewolves, I kind of lump in with cryptids. I'd be shocked if there actually were people out there who turned into animals, but werewolf lore lines up pretty well with the great beast genre of cryptid. As for demons, I don't know. I honestly don't even want to consider the possibility that they exist, because if they really are out there, geez, a lot of folks are doomed to an eternity of flames. So let's hope all of that's just bunk, am I right? We can say, what about aliens? Or we can return back to the last list of options. Yeah, we can ask about aliens. What do you think about aliens? Stella says, don't even get me started. Did you see those UFO videos the government declassified? Aliens are definitely real, and they have absolutely visited Earth. Like, I believe in aliens way more than I believe in cryptids. I adore my darling Stella, but she gets the strangest... Oh, Gretchen. Gretchen says, I adore my darling Stella, but she gets the strangest ideas in her head these days. Ever since her parents went away, she's been more and more foolhardy with all of this critter nonsense. Stella says, yeah, you don't see me hunting aliens out here because we know they're real. You can say, heck yes, aliens are real. I'm skeptical. That's just what the government wants you to think. Or I have absolutely no opinions on aliens. And we'll say, heck yes, aliens are real. We'll humor her. She says, nice, I knew we had a connection. I know somebody who knows somebody who heard a story from this trucker in Fayetteville. His truck stopped in the middle of the road. Just shut down completely, even though he had a full tank of gas. And suddenly it looked like daylight outside. He could see cows out in the fields, birds in the sky. Then this metallic, egg-shaped thing appeared, floating in front of his truck. He passed out, and when he woke up, he was missing one of his pinkies. It was like it had never even been there. It was just smooth skin where a pinky should be. I know it's a second-hand source, but there's plenty more like it, and if they are true... We can say, I'm convinced. What if he just lied? Maybe it was just sleep paralysis. Or it could have been the government. Everybody wants to say it could have been the government. You shrug. Could have been the government. It's not like they don't have a history of conducting weird experiments on people. Stella says, sure, the government does messed up stuff on the daily, but the way I see it, I have about as much control over what they do as I would over extraterrestrial beings. So, if I have no control over these things, I might as well choose to think it's been aliens all this time and let a little joy into my heart, you know? Besides, it's not like it matters which of us is right, or if either of us is right at all. I'll die one day, and so will you, and eventually there'll be no one left who remembers us or what we did in our lifetimes. That's wonderful, wonderful first date conversation, Stella. We can say, damn, you've disarmed me with your nihilism. Don't try to disarm me with your nihilism, or we can remain silent. And we'll say the first one. Damn, you've disarmed me with your nihilism, and now I feel an empty pit in my soul at the thought of the vastness of time. Stella says, oh, don't worry. Isn't there some comfort in the inherent meaninglessness of our actions? Now we can go back to asking if she's really expecting to find anything, or if anything bad has ever happened on these hikes. Let's ask if anything bad's ever happened. She says, let me think. There was that time back in early high school when Reese fell down a cliff. But he was fine. We had some folks from town rig up a pulley to get him out of the ravine, and his leg only took a couple of months to heal. All in all, not too bad. Though I guess there was also that time I was out here alone and kinda got stuck in a cave. I was getting great footage of what I thought was a family of wampus cats, but I wasn't able to wiggle my way back out. Turns out the Wampus cats were actually skunks who very much did not appreciate me blocking the entrance to their hidey hole. And instead of running for help, Gretchen just sat outside, bored to tears. Lassie she is not. Gretchen says, "As if I made sure to give those nasty little skunks a piece of my mind. That's what I did. And I kept Stella company, just as she would from me if I decided to hide in a hole for hours." Stella says, "It took about an hour to get loose, which was pretty intense, but a few tomato juice baths later, I was right as rain, so it could have been a lot worse. Oh, and there was that time I accidentally stumbled onto old Duke's property and nearly got my head shot off. But that happens to everybody sooner or later. I'd barely count it. So yeah, these hikes aren't all that dangerous, all things considered." Do we want to ask if she's sure it's safe, or really expecting to find anything, or should we go ahead and move on? Alright, we'll move on. We heard a twig snap. Stella says, "Did you hear that?" Oh. Yeah. Old man with a shotgun. The old man says, "Oh, calm down, Gretchen, you old mutt." And Gretchen says, "Oh, Duke, you rascal." He says, "Same to you, Stella. You're always jumping at nothing, girl." Stella says, "Phew, sorry for getting spooked, Duke. I thought you were..." And Duke says, "Some creature of darkness. Nah, girlie, just old Duke. Now what the hell are you looking for way out here?" "Skunk ape." "Sorry I asked." "And who's this you've suckered into coming with you?" "Wait a tick, you aren't... Is that..." Stella says, "Yep." Duke says, "I see. Welcome to the holler. My condolences. I'll keep you in my prayers." Another stranger, another opportunity for a salty introduction. Offer Duke your boiled peanuts, or keep your peanuts to yourself. I mean, of course, you hold out the slippery bag in front of Duke. It's grown quite fragrant since you first put it in your rucksack, like the scent of old beer. But you're pretty sure that's what it's supposed to smell like. "Boiled peanuts from your backpack? No, I'm all set, thank you. Now both of y'all headed back to town, you hear? It's best you steer well clear of this area tonight. I'm out dealing with my own critter, and won't be too appreciative if a couple fools with a camera scare away the more sensitive wildlife." Stella says, "What are you hunting tonight? Something tall and hairy? Something musky? You see anything like that recently?" Duke says, "Wouldn't you like to know? You never could stay in your business. Stella Richmond, put that damned camera down." Stella says, "Oh, come on, Duke. Maybe I could help out. I'm pretty good at tracking. You know I learned from the best." Duke says, "That you did, but I have yet to see a shred of proof that you listened to any of it, the way you tromp around the woods at night, yelling about chunka-bunkas or what have you. Something's been getting at my chickens. I've lost 3 this week, and can't afford to lose many more than that." Stella says, "I'm so sorry to hear that. But, I wonder if Skunk Ape has a taste for chicken." Very, very sensitive of Stella. Duke says, "Now see, this is why I don't come to you about these things. It ain't no Skunk Ape, whatever the hell that is." I know exactly what this is, but I know you won't believe me if I tell you. Oh, Duke, you don't think it's... I do, actually. It's those damned mountain lions. They're out here, Stella. I don't care what your little investigation turned up. You haven't been out in these woods as long as I have. Those sons of bitches are sneaky. Of course you wouldn't find any in one night of tracking. And I know for a fact that that's what's getting at my chickens. It couldn't be anything else. Stella says, I'm telling you, man, mountain lions are extinct in these parts. There hasn't been an actual sighting since the 1990s, and even those were iffy. Well, here's a Gretchen. Gretchen says, it's true, there are mountain lions out here, sure as sin. They pee on all the best trees. Duke says, I can't believe you go out there on your YouTubes saying some river monster spotted by a couple school-age Boy Scouts has been 100% confirmed. Appalachian cougars are some kind of far-fetched fantasy made up by geezers like me. You made me look like a fool. I read those comments people were posting on your video. They were calling me all kinds of names, just for seeing things with my own eyes that I know to be true. So Stella put Duke on YouTube saying it was a mountain lion, which is true. Gretchen confirms it was a mountain lion, but people on the internet were mean about it. That is a pretty rotten thing, I would think, for her to have done. Stella says, I'm sorry, Duke. I didn't mean to sick anybody on you. I just don't think it's plausible. Duke says, you'll eat those words when I come home carrying a mountain lion corpse out of those woods at dawn. And if you two don't want a face full of buckshot, I suggest you run home and stay out of the woods tonight. We can say, but we were here first. If you find a mountain lion, don't kill it. You can say, right on, Duke, kill that mountain lion. Can't you just buy more chickens? Okay, let's go. Or we can choose not to butt in between Duke and Stella. People really want to say not to kill the cougar. If you find a mountain lion, don't kill it. If there are any in the Appalachians, they'd be highly endangered. Killing one might actually be a crime. At the very least, it'd be a crime against nature. Duke says, a crime? What about the crimes they committed against me and my chickens? Ain't murder one of the worst crimes you can commit? I'm just serving justice where it's due. This tells you Duke really loves his chickens, too. I can't feel too mad at him. He says, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. Do we want to say, can't you just buy more chickens? Can't you use a tranquilizer? Or we can say, that mountain lion killed to live. You're killing for revenge. Yeah, we can also say, I've said my piece. Now that's a good point. In the chat, he's not really killing for revenge. His chickens would be his livelihood out here. You can say the tranquilizer thing. Can't you at least use tranquilizers or something non-lethal? Killing another animal isn't going to make things right. It won't bring your chickens back. It'll just cause the potential extinction of a subspecies. Duke says, "Oh, right. Let me just go to my truck and get my tranquilizer gun and prescription-grade darts. Are you kidding? I don't have that kind of shit lying around." And Stella says, "I do. My parents used to use stuff like that sometimes. My mom could write prescriptions for the darts, and I still have a box of them in the shed. Though they're probably pretty old by now. I don't know how long they're supposed to be effective for." Duke says, "And there you have it. It's kill or be killed tonight. And if you ain't careful, you'll wind up in the middle of it. So go on then, go on home." Stella says, "Fine. I see you won't be moved, and I respect that. Come on, Desperate. Let's go back to town. Maybe my viewers won't be too angry with me." Duke says, "About time. Have a nice night, y'all." As you and Stella return to the trail, she carefully looks back the way you came. "Okay, coast is clear. There's no way we're letting Duke edge us out that easy." "Come on, I know a trail that'll let us get around him." We can say, "Yes, I knew you wouldn't give up on the hunt. Lead the way." "Oh no, we aren't actually headed back to town? Are you sure you don't want to, watch a movie instead?" Or, "No way, not with Duke and his shotgun out there waiting to blow our heads off." Or we can just follow. Let's say the hunt thing. "Yes, I knew you wouldn't give up on the hunt." Stella says, "Never. And trust me, we don't have anything to worry about from old Duke or his shotgun. I've gone out hunting with him before. The man sounds like a truck crashing through the trees when he walks. Even if we do cross paths, we'll hear him long before he catches wind of us. The trail's just up this way. Let's go." "Alright, this looks like a good shot. Mind holding the camera?" She hands you the camera and takes position. Oh, the fact that we chose to be hot has affected her narration here. It is different if you're not hot. She says, "Ahem. As night falls, my new assistant, the gorgeous Desperate, and I find ourselves on a high hill in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where we'll begin our hunt for the elusive, yet pungent, skunk ape. Though mostly encountered in Florida, this possible relative of Bigfoot has been spotted all along the southeast edge of the United States, including right in this very county. Here's hoping we get a glimpse tonight. We'll check back once we're on the trail. Until then, stay searching, Stellars." I guess her fans are called Stellars. Aw, Gretchen adds, "And keep digging, Gretches." Stella says, "I can take that camera off your hands for now. We'll be able to start the tracking scenes once the sun sets all the way." In the meantime, we get to take in all of this gorgeous scenery. Oh, we can use our hotness to say the view isn't the only gorgeous thing out here. We can say it's breathtaking. It's hard to take it all in, what with all the danger. Being this far from civilization stresses me out. I've seen better. Not a fan of the bugs. Quietly look into Stella's eyes or remain silent. Everyone wants to take the hot option again. I will say, I will say this game has it has many romance options, actually. So you may want to consider that we have only seen like one of them so far, or only really interacted with one of them so far. Okay, everyone still wants to pick the pickup line. Oh, she says, I was thinking the same thing. We can let the moment hang in the air. We can say, I'm glad you feel that way. We can say, I'm pretty stunning, aren't I? We can say, yeah, Gretchen's got a hell of a mug. Or we can say, haha, yeah, like those trees. Gorgeous trees. Hey, everybody wants to compliment Gretchen. You can say, yeah, Gretchen's got a hell of a mug. Oh, Stella just says, she sure does. Your quiet moment with Stella is broken by a loud, percussive snort. We can say, what was that? Oh no, the skunk ape has found us. It's Duke back with his shotgun. Run. We can say, death has come for me at last. Goodbye, cruel world. Or we can say nothing. We'll just say, what was that? Stella says, haha, no need to panic. That's just the sound deer make when they want to warn the rest of their herd about big scary predators like us. Let's check it out. As you and Stella hear the footfalls of animals retreating into the woods, she reaches for her flashlight. Now, we've been at this for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Would everybody like to take like a 10-minute break? If anybody wants to like use the bathroom or get a snack. I could probably use one. I'm gonna leave everybody hanging on this moment. Seems like a good point, and I will be right back in 10 minutes. Alright, it's been about 10 minutes. But, in response to the mention in chat that this game gets into, body horror, yeah, from this point on, there are unpredictable moments of gore, horror, death. For anyone who wasn't aware it was that type of game. In fact, this game caused a kind of ridiculous controversy when someone was playing it on an airplane, and the woman behind them on the plane got angry that her child was able to see what she felt was like a gore porn, horrible, disgusting piece of media. Though to be honest, I don't think anything in this game gets anywhere near that extreme by most people's standards. But, I guess I'll let, everyone else be the judge. We're gonna find out what's in the woods here. As you and Stella hear the footfalls of animals retreating into the woods, she reaches for her flashlight. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of light while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. We hear some weird, unpleasant little sounds from this deer, and it has what appear to be some very large cysts or tumors growing off of the side of its head. Since we can talk to animals, we understand that the deer is simply saying pain, rot, decay. Gretchen says, "A deer! Let me at him! How dare he infringe upon my dearest Stella's personal space! Let me at him!" And then it's gone. Stella says, "Geez, Gretchen, calm down. You're gonna hurt yourself." And Gretchen says, "Oh my, it seems I was consumed by a blinding rage. How very unladylike. What must you think of me?" Stella says she cannot handle deer. When she gets like this, I usually have to pick her up and hold her. She has a bad habit of slipping her harness when she wants to go after something. We did see that, that was how we met Gretchen and Stella. Stella says, "You're too much of a potato. And they don't make harnesses to fit potatoes, do they?" We can say, I think that deer was threatening us. There was something wrong with that deer. Why do you bring her with you? That got my heart rate up. I'm ready for the hunt. And it's never too late to turn back. Yeah, let's say there's something wrong with that deer. There was something wrong with that deer. Did you see its face? Stella says, "Now that you mention it, there was something a little off. I'd bet it was an abscess, maybe a tumor. It's not like wild animals can get those taken care of, so they just get bigger and bigger, poor thing. But there's not much we can do about it." We can ask, we can still ask why she brings Gretchen with her. We can say we're ready for the hunt, or that we might want to turn back. Yeah, why dog? Why Gretchen? She doesn't seem like the safest choice for a hiking companion. Gretchen says, "Excuse you," though after that outburst came over me, well, I suppose I can see the merit of your concern. Stella says, "I actually find her to be quite the opposite. Sure, she wants to chase stuff, but I usually let her when I'm not on one of my cryptid hunts, so I can't hold that against her. I'm just happy she's still so feisty, even at her age. Pugs aren't exactly known for their good health. But here she is, running around in the woods at 17. Oh, that is an old dog. And I feel like the fresh mountain air and exercise have helped a lot in that regard." "You defy the laws of nature, don't you, Gretch?" We can say we're ready for the hunt, turn back, or remain silent. Okay, we are ready for the hunt then. She says, "Same for me. How's about we take a quick snack break to fuel up? Then we can get right into the night's activities. I've got all the best trail snacks." As you settle down to rest, Stella breaks open a bag of assorted snacks. She's got trail mix with extra M&Ms, it says. Take the trail mix with extra M&Ms, take a snack bar, take the dried apricots, take the sesame sticks, no thanks, not hungry, or just say nothing. Oh yeah, they don't give us an option to eat our boiled peanuts. Three votes for apricots, 2 for sesame sticks. I have no idea if this option affects anything. You really don't know with this game. I guess we'll try the apricots. You grab a handful of dried apricots. Stella says, "I actually dried these myself. I wound up getting a bunch of apricots for free from Janie a while back, and didn't know what else to do with them." It's wild how easy it is to make your own dried fruit. Ooh, we guess we've unlocked the dried fruit conversation. We can say, "Really, maybe I should try it out. That's neat, thanks, Stella. That sounds fake. Cooking is never easy. That sounds like a ton of work when you could just buy some." Or we can say, "I'd burn my house down," or we can just eat. More people want to say that it sounds fake. That sounds fake. People have told me it's surprisingly easy to cook a lot of things, and they have very much not been easy at all. You have no idea how many quick and easy recipes I've absolutely butchered. Stella says, "Okay, but this is like really easy, for real. You literally just slice them up and put them in the oven for a few hours." I mean, you should definitely set a timer, but that's really all there is to it. You and Stella settle down on an overlook, snacks in hand, as the quiet sounds of evening wildlife wash over you. Gretchen gnaws a stick, distracted for the time being. Stella says, "So, tell me what it's like in Slumbo." I think that's the first time a character has used the name we gave for our town. Do you have a house, an apartment? Do you live with family, roommates, pets? I think I remember these options from the playthrough before. We can say, I live alone in a dingy studio apartment. I live in a closet in a house with 10 roommates. I live in a doorless basement that floods whenever it rains. I live in an apartment with a difficult roommate. I live in a 12 by 12 shed in someone's yard. I live in an internet cafe. I'd rather not say or shrug and remain silent. They do not give us any normal options here. We want to say we live in a closet? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, the studio apartment is the only normal one. Of course, we're not really here to be normal. It sounds like everyone was leaning towards the closet with all the closet with all the roommates. Does that mean that you have 10 roommates in a house and you live in the closet, or does that mean you live with 10 roommates in the closet? I guess we'll go with that either way. I live in a closet in a house with 10 roommates. Actually, it's more of an attic crawl space. One of the walls is slanted, so it's like a little insulated triangle room. There's not really space for much. I just have my clothes and a futon. And a little camp light, too, since there's not a light in there. Oh, Stella says, wow, I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't sound like a space anybody should be living in. It sounds like staying in that old crumbling mansion is actually a pretty big step up for you. How are your roommates? Are they at least nice? You can say they're nice enough, they're kind of cliquey, or you can just shrug. That's a good point. I don't know if we only got those options because we already said that the mansion was step up. Yeah, I guess we'll say our roommates are nice enough. They're nice enough, but I think they miss having the storage space. They still put boxes in there every now and then for safekeeping. I use them as tables. Stella says, there's gotta be a better apartment than that in a big city like Slumbo. Yeah, Slumbo really sounds like a great place. You can say, this place has its issues, but it's cheap. Or, I've been saving up for something better. We're going to go with saving up. Oh, I hear you. I've been saving up for something better. She says, oh yeah? Good for you. So what do you do for a living? Uh-oh. Okay. I build programmatic ads for a company nobody's heard of. I sell arts and crafts on Etsy. I'm a first-year associate at a big law firm. I'm a streamer. I'm a student. I'm a teacher. I'm in the service industry, or I'd rather not say. If we said we were a streamer, would that matter because she's also a YouTuber? I wonder. Oh yeah, and like Crumpets and Cheese says, the streamer option is also the meta option. It's like technically the truth right now. But we also seem to be leaning towards the Etsy option. I think I'll go with streamer. I'm actually a streamer. Stella says, "Oh, no way! A fellow content creator. That's awesome. I knew we had a lot in common, Desperate. What sort of streams do you do?" Oh boy, let's see. I play video games, I do art, I teach people how to cook, I play music, or I mostly just talk to people. Yeah, let's be a professional gamer. I mostly stream video games. Stella says, "That's cool. I'll have to check out your channel sometime this week. How do you like it?" You can say, "I wouldn't trade it for the world. I used to like it, but now I don't know." Or remain silent. Yeah, I think the burnt out gamer is an interesting answer. Now that it's a job, it's gotten more stressful. I'm kind of struggling to keep a positive attitude, honestly. Stella says, "Believe me, I can relate. I still love what I do and wouldn't trade it for the world. But there's definitely a shift that happened once it stopped being just for fun and started to be something I had to do." I don't know if you're looking for advice, but something that's helped me going all in on treating it like a job, setting real work hours and taking at least one day off a week, that sort of thing. You'd think it'd hurt your productivity, but for me, it just meant a day a week I wasn't spending stressing myself out. You can say, "Maybe I'll try that." "Can't imagine you being stressed." "Sounds fake, but okay." Or say that we literally don't have time to take a day off every week. We'll say, "Can't imagine you being stressed." "Thanks, it's taken a lot of work to be this carefree." A crisp breeze passes over you. We can ask her what her living situation is, or we can sit in silence. Stella says, "Gretchen and I live in a little house just outside town. It's actually the house I grew up in, so it has a lot of pleasant memories attached to it, and I'm glad I could keep it in the family. My great-great-grandfather built that house, and he must have done a great job, because it's just as sturdy as it's ever been." We can ask, do you live with your parents or do you live alone? Yeah, let's ask, just ask, do you live alone? Yeah, the place used to belong to my parents, but they're not around anymore. And the holler's a small enough place that other folks don't need roommates. We can say, oh, did they move? Oh, geez, I'm so sorry. Oh, because they're dead? Or we say nothing. Yeah, we'll say, oh geez, I'm so sorry. She says, it's okay, you didn't know. And I've done my morning. You don't have to watch your tongue around me or anything. Life goes on. You can ask her what her parents were like, and that's an explore option, so that's plot relevant. We can say, I'm sorry for your loss. I can relate. I guess we're both members of the Dead Moms Club. No need to overshare or remain silent. Okay, it's pretty unanimous, almost. Dead Moms Club. Guess we're both members of the Dead Moms Club, huh? Oh, she just says, ha, I guess we are. We, got an achievement for that. Junior Mouseketeer. She says, how are you holding up? We can say we're okay hanging in there. Terribly, to be honest. I was glad to see her go. I don't feel much about it. I'd rather not talk about it or say nothing. It is worth pointing out here that whatever we say in these dialogue options, it is us, it's choosing our character's canon. If we say, if we imply that we miss our mom, then we become a character who had a good mom. If we say we were glad to see her go, we change our character's, we determine our character's history here, so it's up to you guys. Looks like more people wanted to just say nothing. Stella says, you don't have to share if it makes you uncomfortable. Oh, we heard a sound. And Gretchen says, my stars, what was that? Stella immediately packs her bag and slings it over her shoulder. We can just say, Jesus Christ, skunk ape, more deer, or please tell me that was a raccoon. Because we can also say nothing. Yeah, let's ask if it was deer. Could be, could be. Whatever made that sound, I've never heard anything like it, and it's close. Here, hold Gretchen's leash for me, and let's check this out. You and Stella inch toward the tree line as she shines her flashlight into the woods. Gretchen says, "Do stay close, Desbert. I wouldn't want any harm to befall you." We have a talk to animals dialogue here. As you approach, a series of weak clucks call out from a nearby bush. Chicken says, "Pain. It's all pain." Stella says, "Maybe Duke's birds weren't eaten after all." So that goes by. That scene goes by quickly on its own. If anybody missed it, we saw a chicken with a very large round lump on its body lying on the ground, and a very thin, very small white hand dragged it away. Stella says, what the hell was that? Hold on, I gotta play that back." Holy shit. I'm guessing it must be maybe 2-3 feet tall. Doesn't look hairy either, so I think we can rule out skunk ape. But whatever it is, it has one of Duke's chickens. It looks like it's headed north. Let's go after it. We can say right behind you. I was on board with this, but now that we've found something. What have you gotten me into? Do we have to? Or we can just silently do as she says. Okay, we'll follow Stella. You follow Stella as she sprints into the unknown, Gretchen excitedly pulling you along by her leash. Well, Stella trips and falls here. There's the chicken, or another chicken. Gretchen says, "Stella, my darling companion, are you all right?" We can say, "Are you okay? Oh God, the monsters got you. We're gonna die out here." "Oh good, the monsters will get you first." Or we say nothing. Stella says, "Haha, yeah, I'm alright. I just tripped on something weird." She says, "Oh no, that poor thing. It must have been one of Duke's." "Oh Jesus, it's still alive." We can investigate the chicken, or we can say, "Don't go near that." You move towards Stella to get a closer look at the chicken. If anyone can't quite see it, there is a curled shadow here inside of the chicken's tumor, like a fetus. Stella says, "Don't let Gretchen get too close." Oh, don't let Gretchen too close. She'll try to take a bite if you don't stop her. Gretchen says, "I would never. Something about this bird doesn't smell right." You hold Gretchen's leash close to your chest. She squirms against her harness. We can examine the head, examine the wing, examine the growth. Good God, at first you thought it might have been a tumor, but this is something else. The skin is stretched taut, the growth pulsing beneath. Examine the head, examine the wing. The chicken says, "Why am I alive?" Its poor little chicken eyes look up at you, glazed over, but still rolling around in their sockets with unfortunate life. Examine the wing. Looks like this is what Stella slipped on. The wing is barely still attached, but that seems to be the least of this chicken's concerns. Having investigated to your heart's content, you turn away to give Stella room to film. Stella says, "Ahem, it seems we found one of Duke's chickens, and she's not looking good. I'm hesitant to speculate, but she definitely seems to have some sort of growth under her skin. Could be a tumor, could be something else. Either way, I don't think there's much that can be done for her at this point. Geez, I'm gonna have to put up some massive content warnings for this video." You hear that? There's kind of a soft murmuring from the woods. There's something out there, all around us. I can smell it. There are so many of them. That was Gretchen the dog again. Oh, and there's Duke. Duke says, "What in Sam Hill are you two doing out here? Didn't I tell you to..." Birdie? Oh, his little chicken is named Birdie. Duke says, "Oh, Birdie, what's wrong, darling? Good God. Did y'all see what did this to her?" You can say no, but I'm pretty sure we can hear them. We caught a glimpse of something earlier. It wasn't us, please don't shoot me. Why should I tell you anything? Or we can say nothing. Yeah, we'll tell him that we caught a glimpse of something. When we chased after it, it brought us here. Oh, well, look how sad he is. They really set him up earlier as like a mean old man, but it's really they really make this rough. Stella says, "Whatever did this to her, I think we can hear them in the trees." Duke says, "Put that camera away, for God's sake, girl. I don't want to be in another of your videos. No one needs to see me like this." I agree very, very much with how he feels about that. No one needs to see Birdie like this. You wouldn't put her online, would you? Not when she's like this, all swollen and hurtin'. Stella, "Duke, did you hear me? I think they're coming closer." Way to change the subject, Stella. And Gretchen says, "You stay away from my Stella, you mongrels." Duke says, "Come out, you sons of bitches." Stella says, "Duke, don't shoot them. We have no idea what'll happen." And Duke says, "You hear that, Stella? That ain't the sound of something peace-like. Whatever these things are, they'll pay for what they did to my girls." Duke says, "Come on, you. Whatever your name is, grab that flashlight and help me line up a good shot." And Gretchen says, "I can feel that white-hot rage from earlier start to wash back over me. I'm going after them." As the creatures in the tree line grow louder and more numerous, Gretchen violently strains against her harness. Duke says, "Quick! They're closing in on us!" We can dive for the flashlight, or we can dive for Gretchen. Well, people are pretty divided so far. Save the dog, scare back the horde, save Gretch. Gretchen has lived a long life. That's true. She has lived a long life. They might not like light. Flashlight, flashlight, the dog. Save the dog. Now we're gonna dive for Gretchen. You dive forward and scoop Gretchen into your arms just before she manages to wriggle out of her harness. Your eyes fixate on the dark tree line over Duke's shoulder. Duke says, "God damn it!" And to anyone only listening, yeah, there is a white, doughy, lumpy, mushy-looking humanoid crawling out of the bushes. And Duke has accidentally shot himself in the face as it leapt onto his body. You hear a body hit the ground and then quiet as the chaos fades and the sounds of nature creep back in. Stella says, "Gretchen, Desbert, Duke, are you all right?" I have to say, I resisted spoiling or hinting at anything, but If we had gone for the flashlight first, Gretchen would have run off, would have gotten infected, and Stella would have had to have taken the gun to put Gretchen out of her misery. I will also say it was possible to save them both. I don't remember exactly how. Oh yeah, that was it. Powerful build. So yeah, we'll just say no, everyone is not all right. Desperate says, no, I am not okay, but I'm not shot, if that's what you're asking. You? Stella says, I'm okay. What? And Gretchen says, what happened? Did I lose myself again? I apologize for being so easily shaken up. I'll do better. Stella says, Gretchen, here. I'll take her. My poor little pup. Thanks for watching out for her. Stella says, Duke, are you okay? Yeah, they didn't know he was dead until that shot just now. That was actually, apparently, that was the shot that someone saw on an airplane and complained about. That was why they felt this was some kind of, like, horror porn game, apparently. And it really wasn't that bad. But it wasn't pleasant either. Stella says, oh my god, Duke, holy shit, what do we do now? What the hell are we supposed to do? You can say, we have to go after these things, we've got to go to the police, let's just forget this ever happened, can we please just go home, or stand in stunned silence? Looks like 3 people want to say that we've got to go to the police, and that's fair, if only for the fact that if we don't, we are going to look more suspicious. Ezra says, what do you mean, what do we do? We've got to take this to the police. A man's dead. And Gretchen says, what happened to Duke? Is something wrong with him? Why won't he get up? No, Gretchen doesn't know what death is. That's why she only said Stella's parents went away. Stella says, you're right. And we have footage of what happened here. but it's so dark and shaky. It all just seems so unbelievable. We need more footage. Come on, let's go after them before we lose our chance. You can say, lead the way. Are you sure this is a good idea? Are you nuts? A man is dead. Or we can follow her. Yeah, we're going to say a man is dead. If you're sure you also want to call Stella nuts. Are you nuts? A man is dead, Stella. Says yeah, you're right. Let's head back and call the police. My phone should get reception once we're back at the main road. As you and Stella quickly make your way back through the woods, the unearthly whispers of creatures unknown once again surround you. And there's a lot of little guys up in the trees. Little guys everywhere. It's just a little guy party. Our only option is keep moving. You say nothing, continuing forward with a grim determination. Yeah, these are not a real cryptid, to my knowledge, as Cowbrain in the chat asked. Yeah, the Stella's cryptid hunting is kind of her own thing. The phenomena in this game are all original. But she says, we're almost there. As you and Stella reach the main road, the whispers fade back into the sounds of nature. It sounds like they've stopped following us. And Gretchen says, I certainly can't smell that stench anymore. Stella says, I should get reception now that we're back on the main road. Let me find my phone so I can call the sheriff. You feel a buzz in your pocket. 6 missed calls from Tabitha. And 13 text messages. We can call Tabitha, text her that we're okay, text her that she needs to calm down. We can say Tabitha seems worried. Tabitha's been blowing up my phone. I didn't think Tabitha would be so needy. We can say, whoa, I think I'm in trouble. Or we can say it's nothing important. Hey, let's call her. You try and call Tabitha back, but it goes straight to voicemail. Text her that we're okay. Your message sits unread. So now we can say, Tabitha seems worried. Tabitha's been blowing up my phone. I didn't think Tabitha would be so needy. Whoa, I think I'm in trouble. Or it's nothing important. We'll say she's blowing up our phone. Stella says, I guess she must be worried about you. But, first things first, let's call the police. Stella pulls out her phone and dials. Hello, Earl? It's Stella Richmond. I'm up in the mountain on the... Asgina Trail? I probably mispronounced that. Duke is dead, Earl. Shotgun. It happened right in front of us. There's something in the woods. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think we're okay, but hurry. Jesus, Earl, who's gonna tell Bo? I guess now we wait. It takes a little while, but eventually a patrol car arrives at the scene. Out of it walk two officers, Sheriff Huggby, a friendly older man, and Deputy Franklin, a serious man wearing sunglasses despite it being the middle of the night. Yeah, Duke had a wife and son. But, look on the bright side, we saved the life of a 17-year-old dog. And Stella says, see, right there. A thing jumps out of the woods. Then the shotgun goes off. Sheriff Earl says, what in Sam Hill? What is that, some kind of Pillsbury Doughboy? Deputy Franklin says, could have been a naked maniac. Stella says, no, there was more than one. They chased us through the woods. Whatever they are, they aren't human. And they killed Duke. Deputy Franklin says, uh-huh. Now we're going to have to confiscate this camera, Miss Richmond. If you don't mind, this is evidence. But okay. Let me just turn it off to save the battery. Here you go, Deputy Franklin. Now, we appreciate your compliance with the law. We'll get a team out in the morning to retrieve the body, but for now, Sheriff Huggby and I... says, please, call me Earl. Earl and I will escort you, and... who are you exactly? Stella says, that's Desbert. They came into town today for the funeral. And Sheriff Earl says, Desbert? As in? We can say Tabitha's cousin, yeah. None of your business. Or we can remain silent. Yeah, you guys wanna talk to cops or not talk to cops? Okay, chat says remain silent. You say nothing. Sheriff Earl says, you'll have to pardon my surprise. We just didn't think you'd show. Deputy Franklin, we'll escort you both back to town. If there's a naked maniac on the loose, it's best you don't walk back on your own. Stella says, it wasn't a... Never mind. Why aren't you going out there tonight? There's a dead body in the woods. Those things could attack someone else. And Sheriff Earl says, well, it ain't exactly like old Duke is going anywhere at this point. He'll still be out there in the morning. Great, great cops in this town. So, typical cops. Deputy Franklin says they only have a skeleton crew at the moment. Oh, 'cause it's bowling night. Monday nights are Deputy Derrickson's bowling nights. We'll be on alert for any more reports of naked maniacs, but retrieving Duke will just have to wait. Now, if you'll kindly step into the vehicle, we can return you safely to your home. Stella says, "Do we have to ride back with you? We can just walk. Those creatures left. We'll be fine." I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, for your own safety. Stella sighs. She says, "Okay, thank you." Sheriff Earl says, "You can ride up front with me, little lady. That is, if your mama permits." I guess, addressing Gretchen. And Gretchen says, "But what about Stella? She hates being in those wheeled contraptions." Stella says, "Sure, Earl. You can hold Gretchen on the way back to town." The cops usher you and Stella into the back of their squad car. Sheriff Hugby says, "You are just the cutest little thing, Miss Gretchen. Yes, you are." Sheriff Hugby pats Gretchen on the head affectionately, but she remains wholly focused on Stella, a worried look stretched across her little pug face as Hugby scratches her behind her ears. Stella stares out the window, oddly quiet. Gretchen says, "Oh, my poor Stella. Neither one of us much likes these awful metal beasts. If only I was able to comfort her. Confound this old man who reeks of coffee for keeping us apart." You can say, "Hey Stella, you good?" or remain silent. And we'll ask if she's okay. She doesn't respond. We can place a hand on her shoulder. We can say, "I don't think Stella's okay back here, fellas." We can say, "I guess we just saw a man die. I don't know what to say either." And Chat says, "Comforting hand." You reach out and rest your palm gently on her shoulder. She jumps slightly at your touch, but you can feel some of her tension ease, and hear her let out a self-soothing sigh. We can still say, "I don't think Stella's okay back here, fellas. Just saw a man die." Or we can just ride here quietly, I guess with our hands still on her shoulder. And Chat wants to stay silent. Probably is the best option. You sit quietly, watching the trees pass by in the light of the headlights. Every now and then you think you see a pale, anguished face staring out at you before it slips back into the darkness. Soon the rumble of gravel beneath the tires gives way to uneven pavement, and the car comes to a stop in front of a small cottage. Deputy Franklin says, "You two stay out of trouble. We'll have this all sorted out in the morning. Just get a good night's sleep. And you, whatever your name was," we can say, We can say Desbert, I.P. Freely, or Fox Mulder. Or we can say nothing. I saw a few more... Well, there were a few more votes for silence. Now there's a few more votes for IP freely. We're gonna give him the piss name. IP free. Oh, we made Stella laugh. He says, "Sure, you're in town for the funeral. Good. Don't you go leaving before then. I imagine we'll need to ask you a few questions about everything you've seen tonight. Stella, keep an eye on them for us. Make sure they don't get into any more trouble." I mean, wasn't it Stella who got us all into trouble here, really? Y'all have a good night now. Sheriff Earl says, "Bye-bye, Gretchen, and y'all have a lovely evening. If any bugaboos give you trouble, you know how to get in touch." And here you are, back in town, away from the woods, with no one but Stella in sight. Stella says, "Holy shit." Okay, you can ask, "Okay, Stella, why the hell would you ask if we could walk home?" We can say, "I hope you don't mind me asking, but why on earth did you want to walk home?" We can say, "They seemed a little blasé about everything. Keep an eye on me, are they for real? I can't say I'm surprised. Why did I ever agree to go in the woods with you? Or how are you holding up?" Or say nothing. Yeah, well, okay, we'll say the second one. The nicer question. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but why on earth did you want to walk home?" Stella says, "That's a fair question. I've just had some bad experiences with cars. I don't know how to drive them, and I don't like getting into them unless it's literally a question of life and death. Which I guess tonight was. Sorry if I weirded you out. God, what a night." We can still say, blasé about everything, keep an eye on me, surprised. Why did I ever go in the woods with you, or how are you holding up? A few people wanted to ask why the cops were so blasé. Stella says, "I can't believe they're waiting until morning to even start looking for him. Who knows what those things are doing to his body right now?" Gretchen says, "I believe they were well-intentioned, if over their heads." Stella says, "And what's worse is I think they implied that you're a suspect, even after we showed them all of that footage." We can say the truth will get out, they have to pin it on somebody, I'm screwed, or remain silent. Yeah, we'll say they have to pin it on somebody. They're cops. It's their whole job to pin it on somebody, so of course they'd pick the out-of-towner. Here's hoping the footage clears my name. Stella says, "Yeah, no kidding. But it's okay. I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you." Gretchen says, "Nor will I, though I have little understanding of police work." Stella says, "I was there. I filmed the whole thing. At the very least, it'll never hold up in court." And it won't get to that point either, because we're going to do a little investigating of our own. You know, because Stella has a great track record for investigating with us so far. We've got to find out more about those things. If we can get clearer footage, or better yet, trap one of them, there's no way they can blame you for what happened. The library doesn't open for a while, but I've read every book on cryptids they have and never came across anything like this. There is someone in town who might have some useful information. My friend's mom. Her place isn't far. We should head over now before it gets any later. You can say, let's do it. Sure, why not? Let's keep this nightmare going. I should check in on Tabitha. You can talk to your friend's mom. I'm going to bed. Screw this, I'm out. Or we can silently follow Stella. Wouldn't that mean we're silently gonna follow Stella into... Oh, okay, yeah. Over to her friend's mom's house. Okay, check on Tabitha. I should probably check in on Tabitha. Stella says, my friend's place is on the way back, and stopping by shouldn't take long. You sure you don't want to stop in first? I know I wouldn't want to head up to that mountain road by myself after everything that's happened tonight. No, Stella's offering to walk us home, at least. People want to do the second option. When you put it like that, sure, let's do it. Stella says, awesome, let's go. I'm glad you're sticking it out with us. It's always so nice to have an extra companion. Hope she's still awake. Ooh, Gretchen says, there's something foul creeping up behind us. Mysterious voice says, Desbert. Stella says, Jesus. And there's a scary man. You and Stella turn to see a shadowy figure staring at you from across the road. You didn't hear it approach. There's a man. He looks blood-stained, and we cannot see his face, but we can see two tiny little glowing yellow eyes. Letting you guys enjoy the music a moment. Figure says, welcome home. Or I guess what he says here is, welcome home. Before you can respond, the door behind you swings open. An older woman stands in the entryway. She says, go home, Wayne. I can't help you tonight. You look back and the figure is already gone, disappeared into the shadows of the night. Says, I'm sorry about that, Stella. Some people just can't be helped. What brings you out here so late? And who is this? Stella says, hi, Mrs. Forsyth. This is Desbert. Is it okay if we come in? Mrs. Forsyth says, of course. You're in luck. I just put on water for hibiscus tea. And for goodness sake, you can call me Sybil. You're an adult now, after all. Yes, Stella. Sybil says, welcome to my little nook. She's got an adorable house with lots of plants, herbs hanging up. It's got a little tea is life banner she probably got from like a Ross or maybe a TJ Maxx. Gretchen says, this place always has the loveliest aromas. Sybil says, it's nice to finally meet you, Desbert. I was so sorry to hear about your mother. Says, Vivian was such a lovely soul, and she's been sorely missed in the holler. And now poor Pearl Ann is gone as well. Do let me know if there's anything you need while you're in town. We've got a lot of almost entirely explore options here. First of which is to offer her our boiled peanuts. I already know it's what we all want. I like her tipping her glasses there to examine what the hell we're doing as we hold out our bag of peanuts as a gift to Sybil. She offered you and Stella tea, after all, and it's only polite to offer something in return. I also like Stella's expression, like, looking away. She's kind of like, oh, yeah, the peanuts, yeah. They do this, peanut thing. Sybil says, oh my, thank you for the kind offer, dear, but I'm afraid it's far too late for me to have something so salty. Say, who was that outside? You knew my mom. How did you know that my mom died? I've never met Pearl Ann, or we need your help. We'll ask who that was outside. Sybil says, just a very sick man. You don't need to be worried about him. Yeah, we'll just go down the list of questions here. You knew my mom? Of course, dear. She was a good friend of mine for many years. She was such a lovely woman. You should come by sometime. I can delight you with unsavory tales of her youth. How did you know that she died? Sybil says, oh, Pearl Ann was a chatty woman. Not much went on that I wouldn't get an earful of. Bless her heart. You can say, I've never met Pearl Ann. Says, I've never met Pearl Ann. You don't have to pass on your condolences to me. I have no feelings about the woman. Sybil says, ha, that's fair, child. But it seemed like the right thing to do. We can say, we need your help. Ah, yes, I suppose pleasantries can wait for another time. What's got you here so late? You seem troubled. Stella says, you know about weird stuff, right? Unexplainable stuff? I'm not so sure I follow, dear. I know which oils to use for which aches. I know a bit about classical spiritualism. Ah, boy, she's one of them essential oil people, I guess. Just what sort of unexplainable things are you talking about? Stella says, Duke was killed tonight by something in the woods. Oh, my lord, have you contacted the police? Yes, and they didn't take it very seriously. They're not even looking for the body until tomorrow. Those things out there, I don't even know how to describe them. Sybil says, I can't say I know much about local wildlife. My daughter has always had a brighter gift for nature than I. Stella says, This wasn't the local wildlife, Mrs. Forsyth. Here, I can show you. Stella pulls a memory card out from her sleeve and pops it into her phone. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat guessed the memory card bit. I wasn't about to just let the police hold on to this, at least not before we had a chance to make a copy. You can say smooth. The cops are going to be mad when they find out you kept that. You can say, I can't believe you're withholding evidence. Or you can say nothing. Everybody wants to just say smooth. Smooth. The cops wouldn't know what to do with that footage anyway. Imagine if they accidentally erased it. Stella says, exactly. I'll give it to them if they ask again, but for now, we can examine the footage for ourselves. Sybil looks at the phone. She kind of silently gasps there. Sybil says, where was this? We can hear the tea going off. Stella says, up the mountain to the northwest. And Sybil says, within the town limits? Yes. I see. Oh, I seem to be getting my first Twitch chat raid from Lake Mojave. I was in the last Lake Mojave thing on Dead Space. Yeah, this is my very first one. I haven't really streamed all that much. Sybil says, is there a way to make the video bigger and louder if you can? I'd need to plug the memory card into a computer. I could go back and get mine. Sybil says, no need. Kanika should still be awake. She can lend us hers. Gretchen the pug says, Kanika? Are we seeing Kanika? Sybil says, you'd better come with, Stella. I'm sure she'll be more willing to help a friend than her nosy mother. Sybil says, Kanika, come on out. We could use a little help. Here's another new character. Says, what, Mom? Oh, hey, Stella. And Gretchen, who's a good potato? Gretchen says, Kanika, is it me? Am I the good potato? I most certainly hope I am. Kanika says, and a stranger. Oh, since we took the hot option, she also has to add a cute stranger. We have a hot dialogue option. Say, haha, did you just call me cute? Can offer Kanika the boiled peanuts. I already know that's what everyone wants to do. So, I mean, we can look at the other dialogue options here a second. None of the others are peanut related. You hold out your boiled peanuts. Generosity is the best way to make new friends. Yes, for people just tuning in, we've been stuck with this dripping wet bag of boiled peanuts for quite some time. It is a real snack. They are actually I don't think anyone else who's been in the chat, I don't think everybody actually knows what boiled peanuts are. They are boiled in the shell, and you can eat the whole shell and everything. They're better than they sound. But yes, let's see. She says, "That's sweet, but no. You must be Tabitha's cousin." Yep. Sybil says, "Sweetie, we were wondering if we could borrow your laptop. Stella and her friend have a video to show us." Stella says, "It's really important, Kanika." Okay. "My room's a mess. I'll just bring it out here. Or out there." "Heads up, Kanika. This is graphic. Duke got killed out in the woods tonight. It's on the recording." Yeah, again, for anybody who just showed up, because I did also reblog this again on my Tumblr now that the plot is picking up. We've just come into town for the funeral of our dead aunt. We made friends with this local cryptid hunter. And, we watched a local man accidentally shoot himself in the face, trying to fend off a squishy little white creature man from the forest. And we have the boiled peanuts, of course. Kanika says, "Wait, are you serious? Duke's dead? We can watch this without you. You know I have a harder stomach than any of our friends. I'm pressing play." Silence washes over the room as the video plays. "Stella, what the hell is this?" Gretchen the pug says, "This is far beyond my ability to contribute. I'll leave the thinking to you humans." Of course, for people just showing up, only we can hear animals. We took the talk to animals option at the start of the game. Yes, and it is confirmed canon that Gretchen the pug speaks like a southern belle. Stella says, "I'm sorry either of you had to see this, but Desbert and I have no idea how to make heads or tails of it." He says, "Stella, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine, really. I'm okay." We can say, "I'm fine too. Thanks for asking." Well, or we can say, "Well, I'm not fine." Or we can say nothing, because we only have like a couple of dickish options here. Yeah, let's say nothing. You remain silent. Kanika says, "Poor Duke. Poor Beau. Has anyone told him yet?" "We talked to the police. I hope they told Beau. But Earl and Deputy Franklin didn't seem to be in much of a hurry to do anything. I'll call him later tonight. But for now, we have something far more serious to discuss." Yeah, it is confirmed later. Duke just has a wife and a son. And we can say, "I agree. Those things are still out there." More serious than a man's death? I didn't like Duke anyways. Or we can remain silent again. I mean, personally, I did like Duke. Once we saw how much he loved his chickens, he was pretty sympathetic. Even if he was pretty crabby to us, he had good reason to be. Yeah, let's just say those things are still out there. I agree, those things are still out there, and as long as they are, more people are in danger. Sybil says, so very true, but not for the reasons you think. These things, my grandmother called them ditchlings. They are a terrible omen, a sign of great suffering and destruction to come. Kanika says, Mom, come on. Whatever's doing this is serious. Stop scaring Stella and Desbert with this taily-po crap. A man just died. Have some respect. Sybil says, Kanika, sweetie, let your mother talk. The creatures themselves are harmless to people, despite that grisly scene in the woods. How can you say that? Duke is dead. Sybil says, an unfortunate accident and nothing more. Just as birds flock before a storm, the ditchlings congregate where tragedy is soon to fall. To see one is to be cursed by fate. Jesus, Mom, they've clearly had a rough night. They don't need this. It's okay, Kanika. This is helpful. Stella, whatever these things are, they aren't magic. We can't rule that out, not after what we saw. But fine, let's focus on what we know. Whatever they are, they're doing something to these animals. You saw the chicken in our video. What was that growth? We can say, maybe they were here for Duke. Kanika has a point. Don't buy into this magic nonsense. Y'all are worrying too much. Maybe they're making more of themselves. Whatever it isn't good. Yeah, this is one of the least rude options, and it is like a valid observation. Kanika says, yeah, maybe what we're seeing here is some sort of parasitic larval stage, part of their life cycle. But I don't want to jump to any conclusions about something this out there, not without doing some research or talking to a biologist. I'm sure there's a rational explanation that'll clear all of this up. Sybil says, oh dear, I'd forgotten entirely about the tea I'd put on. Let me fix you up a couple of cups. It'll help soothe your nerves. Stella says, I don't know. It's getting late and I should let Desbert get some rest. I ran them ragged today with all the hiking and running through the woods in terror. We can say, I can keep going. I'm still wired. Yeah, I'm ready to pass out. It was nice meeting you, though. You don't have to leave on my account. I just want to go home. Thank God. Let this miserable night finally end. I'm tired as shit. Or remain silent. Let's say we're going to keep going. I can stay out. I'm still wired from everything that happened. Stella says, ha, okay. Maybe it's that I'm eager to get home and start doing some research. I'll ask around on my usual forums to see if anyone has information on ditchlings. Is that what you called them? That's right. You go on home now, and do try to get some rest. Don't stay up all night on the online. Let me get you some of my house-made peppermint tea to go. It really does wonders to soothe the soul. Kanika says, bye, Stella. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? And call me if you need to talk. Says, thanks, Kanika. I'll see ya. Kanika says, bye, Desbert. It's excellent, iced or warm. Though with the nights getting chillier, warm will probably be best. Helps wake up the bones. Wake up the bones? Be careful out there, both of you. Sybil turns and closes the door behind her. And Gretchen says, what an unfortunately short visit. Alright, let's head back home. My home, I mean. And here we are. You're welcome to stay the night if you want. Uh-oh. We got a couple of hot options. Because we're so hot, we can say, yeah, I think we can each use some company tonight. Sorry, Stella, that's more of a third date kind of thing for me. I should probably head back before Tabitha has a conniption. I should probably head back and check on Tabitha. And I think I need some time alone. Hell yeah, sleepover. Thanks, I'm terrified of being alone. Thanks, I'm terrified of seeing Tabitha. Or silently nod. Yeah, that's a good point. We might not want to quite lock down this path when it comes to the romance options. Yeah, Automod tried to censor the word kiss as a sex-based term in the chat. Oh, okay, yeah, so, okay, nothing here will lock us out of any other options. If anyone wants to take one of the hot ones, if anyone wants to be smooth about this. I like to think this is in real time, so while I give the chat time to catch up, Stella is just kind of standing here awkwardly to all the crickets as we just kind of stand here silently, I guess. Yeah, let's go with the first one. Say, yeah, I think we can each use some company tonight. Stella says, my thoughts exactly. It doesn't take long for Stella to fix up the guest room for you. While it's certainly smaller than its counterpart at the estate, it's far better cared for. We got the Slumber Party achievement. End episode 1 at Stella's. And Gretchen says, it's so exciting to have a guest. I can't remember the last time we've had company. Stella says, make yourself at home. Let's see, we've got explore options. You didn't have to do all this. What do you make of all this? Who was that guy outside of Sybil's? We've got a hot option. The night doesn't have to end just yet. I should probably try calling Tabitha. Or, alright, I'm going to hit the hay. I think we can take the explore, all the explore options. We'll say, you know, you didn't have to do all this, right? She says, you don't have to worry about that. I'm glad the guest room is finally getting some use. Say, what do you make of all this? She says, gosh, I don't even know where to begin. Those creatures are out there and Duke is dead. I know that some of things Sybil said were a little wild, but if she is right and they are an omen, maybe we can change things and stop whatever's brought them here before it happens. We can say there has to be a more rational explanation. It couldn't hurt to poke around town. I don't know what to think. Or say nothing. Yeah, we'll say couldn't hurt to poke around town. She says, agreed. Ask who was that guy outside of Sybil's. There was something really off about him. She says, Wayne? Haven't really gotten to know the guy. I think he works in the mine. It might be worth looking into him. So now we can say the night doesn't have to end just yet, and this is an option we have only because we took hotness. But yeah, we can try to call Tabby again. I should probably try calling Tabitha. Right, she'd probably like to know you're not dead. Get some rest, Desbert. I'll see you in the morning. And Gretchen says, I'm on the verge of passing out myself. What an exciting, if terrible day. You pull out your phone and call your cousin. It rings for a moment before she picks up. Uh-oh. Tabitha says, where the hell have you been? And say, I called you back. I texted you back. Do you know anyone named Wayne? Hang up on her. I watched a man die tonight. Hi, Tabby. I saw horrible things tonight. I want to leave. I got suckered into something. It was weird. I met this girl in town and we hit it off. Or none of your business. Now let's say I watched a man die tonight. I went into the woods with this girl I met to find some cryptids, and it ended with us watching a man die. Tabitha says, ah, so you met Stella then. Ugh, that explains everything. And she's gotten you all worked up. I'm going to bed. I'll collect you tomorrow. And she just hung right up on us. From the comfort of Stella's guest bed, the events of the past evening seem like something that happened to someone else. Though you can still clearly picture the terror you felt in those moments, for now, you're safe and you're warm. Eventually, the sun will rise and chase away the monsters, and make them seem like nothing but bad dreams. Maybe tomorrow, if you're lucky, you'll wake up in the normal world and have a relaxing week in the mountains with a new friend. It's a nice thought, but deep down you can't help but worry that things will only get worse. From behind closed doors, you can faintly hear the sound of quiet sobs. This is the ending cutscene of episode 1. End of episode 1. Episode 2 awaits. If you'd like to continue with this world state in episode 2, please save your game now. Oh yeah, I don't think we have saved yet. Would you like to see a recap of episode 1 before you start episode 2? So, we are 4.5 hours into this. For some of you, it's like 1 in the morning. I'll put it to a vote. Do you guys want to go ahead and start episode 2 for maybe like another like hour or so, or should we end it here and do episode 2 maybe next week? Seems like most people would rather end here and pick it up later. So I guess this is the start of the next day in this game, but we are going to end it here. I should probably rest my voice anyway. So I think I'll try and maybe do this again next Sunday. If not Sunday, maybe like Monday or Tuesday. It was a lot of fun to do. It was actually my first ever stream of a game of any sort. My previous streams were all just reading books, and they only began a couple months ago. This is the first year actually that I have ever been using Twitch. But I will be putting this all up. I will be making the VOD available, and I will probably put this up on YouTube eventually as well. So thank you a lot for showing up. It was a lot of fun to do. And in the off chance that anyone here does not already do so, you can follow me. You can follow my Patreon. I'll put the link in the chat. Or you can also follow me on Tumblr or just my website, bogleech.com.